Welcome members, officers and the public here in the gallery and watching on the webcast today's London Assembly plenary meeting. The London Assembly is the voice of London, composed of 25 members elected at the same time as the Mayor in order to hold him to account and scrutinise his policies. This is a plenary meeting of the Assembly, which means that all members are invited to attend. Members are also reminded that any electronic devices should not be placed in front of microphones, which must be turned on to speak and turned off once you have finished speaking. Before we turn to today's business on today's agenda, I'm going to ask members, our guests, and those in the public gallery to observe a minute's silence to remember the lives lost as a result of the devastating earthquake in Syria and Turkey. Our thoughts are with the people of Syria and Turkey and to the Syrian Turkish communities in London. Please stand for a moment. Thank you. And can I take this opportunity also to thank the Fire Brigade for the volunteers that you've sent across to the earthquake Turkey and Syria. Thank you very much to Fire Brigade also for the service you're doing there. Can I ask Rebecca Arnold, our clerk, to confirm any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. We have one apology for absence, which is from the Deputy Chair, Assembly Member Boff.
Thank you. I will now provide an update on some recent Assembly activity. Since the last plenary meeting on the 26th of January, the Environment Committee published a report outlining the steps the Mayor and relevant agencies should take to reduce the risk of flooding and increase London's preparedness for flooding. The Housing Committee discussed health and safety issues facing social housing tenants and guests including social housing campaigner Kwajo Tuanaboya. I'm sorry if I've pronounced the name wrong. As a part of the scrutiny of the London Fire Brigade, the Fire Resilience and Emergency Planning Committee considered the findings of the Independent Culture Review with the report author Nazir Afzal OBE and London's Fire Commissioner Andy Rowe. 3 years on from the outbreak of COVID-19, the GL Oversight Committee examined the impact and effectiveness of London's recovery programme and London Recovery Board, looking at the future role and remit of the successor programme and board. And finally, the second of the two-part meeting, the Environment Committee discussed the impact of noise and light pollution on Londoners and what the Mayor can do to help. Can I ask the Assembly to note the recommendations set out at item number 2, and can I ask the Assembly members to declare any other disclosable pecuniary interests or relevant interests where they relate to the items on the agenda for today's meeting? I interpret silence as being that there are no conflicts. Can I ask the Assembly to confirm the minutes of the London Assembly's Mayor's Question Time held on the 19th of January 2023 to be signed by me as a correct record? Okay. We now move to today's principal business, a question and answer session on the priorities and challenges facing the London Fire Brigade. Joining us here in the chamber, we have Baroness Twycross, Deputy Mayor for Fire and Resilience, and Andy Rowe, London Fire Commissioner. Welcome to the meeting. There will be a lead-off question from me as chair, both to our guests. Assembly members may then put supplementary questions to our invited guests. Could I ask Assembly members to specify who they would like an answer from when they put their question? Guests, I'll be very grateful, we all will be very grateful for your succinct answers so that we can get through as many questions as possible. Can I first please ask the Deputy Mayor the question, and then I'll ask the same question to the Commissioner. And the question is, Baroness Twycross, can you update the Assembly on the priorities and challenges facing the London Fire Brigade?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the London Assembly for inviting myself and the Commissioner today. I think it's the first time we've done a full plenary for some time, so I welcome the opportunity to talk about the priorities and challenges. Since the Mayor and I appointed Andy as Commissioner in response to the recommendation in Phase 1 of the Grenfell Tower Inquiry Report, the Brigade has, as members will be aware, embarked on the significant task of transforming its culture and practices. You'll also be aware that there's a considerable way to go on this, however, but I do want to thank Andy and all those employed by the London Fire Brigade for the work they've done so far in relation to the transformation. It's not an easy task, but it is critically important, and I know we'll be talking about some of these issues later today. The urgent need for this transformation and the depth of the problem the LFB faces is nowhere more apparent than in the quite shocking findings of the independent culture review of the London Fire Brigade, which was published in November. As you know, the Mayor and I fully support the Commissioner's call for the review following the tragic death of a young firefighter, Jaden Matthew Francois Esprit. I've said before that I found the report an incredibly tough read, as I know many members did as well. Its findings of institutional racism and misogyny represent a watershed moment from which urgent and deep-rooted changes must be made. Immediate action was taken by the Commissioner to address a number of the recommendations, and I'm sure we'll also discuss these. The outcome of this work has to be for all staff to feel and be safe at work, and for everyone to have the opportunity to progress in their career to the best of their ability and to feel fairly treated at work. LFB's decision to shine a light on issues within its culture has rightly put the organisation under intense scrutiny, not least with the HMIC FRS, and I have no doubt that members will require assurance on what the LFC and his team is doing to move the Brigade out of the Inspectorate's engaged process. The implementation of the Community Risk Management Plan will further embed the transformation of the service and will see the Brigade working much more closely with Londoners. The period covered by the CRMP will also see the challenges increasing from the climate crisis. This affects both operational response to wildfires and flooding and in the Brigade's plan to decarbonise their operations and estate, and they must do all of this within the constraints of their budget. It's a challenging time, which I have confidence in the Commissioner and his team in rising to. Finally, as members will be aware, firefighters and other staff are no different to other public sector workers whose pay has fallen behind inflation, and some estimates put this at a real terms loss of £4,000 for firefighter pay over the past 12 or 13 years. We have heard of some firefighters being so financially stretched that they've had to rely on food banks, and this can't be right. Employers have now made a revised offer, and we're hoping that it's possible to resolve the pay dispute without a strike. And I'm grateful for the Mayor's support and the Commissioner's support in enabling us to increase the London offer prior to this new offer from employers nationally. Both because firefighters deserve to be paid at an appropriate level, but also because it makes no sense to put money into contingency crewing for a strike rather than into the pockets of our hard-working firefighters. I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner, the same question to you.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's inevitable across the time span of this meeting that we're going to focus rightly on the things that the London Fire Brigade must and should do better. But perhaps before we start, I want to come back to where you, I think, in the most dignified way, began this meeting, which is I've got 12 people on the ground in Turkey. They represent the best of the London Fire Brigade, the aspects of the role that we should aspire to. To date, they've pulled 3 live casualties from the rubble of Ante, and I anticipate them doing more. And I think if I could bottle that, you know, that world-class professionalism, the teamwork, the bravery, and bring it into all the other areas of the business, we'll see the change that you quite rightly demand and Londoners deserve. But I thought I should reflect on that. They're operating in the most difficult circumstances, and I think they're a credit to the London Fire Brigade and the fire service nationally. And it's not lost on me either that the whole UK deployment is led by a London Fire Brigade senior officer, one of the most experienced in his kind of class, as it were. So in terms of the priorities and challenges facing the London Fire Brigade, we're in the business of change, and really since I took this job we've been in the business of change. When I took over in January 2020, we faced the findings of the Grenfell Tower inquiry, which pointed to very serious operational challenges and failings on a scale that required immediate resolution. We worked very hard to meet that challenge. We are the only government body to have cleared 26 out of the 29 recommendations laid against us, with the others to be cleared within the span of this next year. But truthfully, that was the surface, because operational challenges are not the same as some of the cultural and institutional problems that lay beneath it and perhaps had led to those failures. So the next stage of change, really, and you've seen us embark upon it with the commissioning of an independent review of our culture, is to come to those harder questions of leadership, behaviours, the things that drive us as an entity, how we see ourselves and how we conduct ourselves. And it is my intent as Commissioner to push forward with that with an energy, regardless of the difficulties. I recognise I have to do that within what is an increasingly constrained financial environment, and that is right and proper to drive out waste wherever it is in the London Fire Brigade, and there is still waste there. And I hope to demonstrate that we have taken a radically different approach to how we manage our finances over the course of the questions of this meeting. Fiona has already referred to the pay offer. I think that's important. It's important that firefighters are paid fairly for the value they offer society, but that in being paid fairly, they are also held to account for the things we need them to do and the changes we must bring. And then finally, I think if we were to talk about challenges, the challenge is the city itself. You know, London is, in my opinion, the greatest city in the world. You know, one of the extraordinary great cities of the world, but within that is enormous operational challenge, from the busiest day we'd had since the Second World War in the heat waves last year, to a similar day the year before in extreme flooding, to the challenges of climate, the continued threat of terrorism. We only have to look to the Manchester Arena inquiry and the findings from it to know that it is only a matter of time, I'm afraid, perhaps, before London faces such challenges again. We have to be more agile, and we have to learn to adapt as the city changes and the threat and the risk changes. So I think that would be my summation of the challenges we face. It stretches from the operational lessons of Grenfell to our culture, how we conduct ourselves and how we see us in our role, ourselves in our role, and of course the ever-changing city and population we serve.
Thank you to both our guests for the answers. We're now going to take supplementary questions in the order the groups have decided, which will be, first question will be from the Labour Group, then Liberal Democrats, GLA Conservatives, City Hall Greens, and then in order which the Assembly members indicate. So can I ask Assembly Member Clark for the lead of a supplementary question, please?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Andy and Baroness Twycross. My questions are to you, Andy. London needs you to deliver a brigade that is trusted to serve and protect our city, but with that comes we need to have a workplace where all Londoners feel they can work and thrive regardless of their background. Can you deliver this?
Yes, I think we can, but it won't be done immediately, and it has to be done with an energy that's sustained, because what I don't intend to do either in this committee nor, as I said at the FREP committee recently, I don't intend to bring you a list of actions we've completed. What I have to do is demonstrate that the change in our culture is both sustained and that evidence has to be credible for you to believe it, I think. So my message is yes, we can, and we've taken immediate measures to begin kind of really attacking that with an energy, but it will take time to achieve that change.
Yeah.
Commissioner, can you just speak into the mic, please? I've had a message from the transmission team.
Yeah, apologies.
Okay, thank you very much.
It actually, if it's helpful, you can actually pick up the whole thing.
Yeah.
There we go. All right, thank you for that. I mean, so it's not just people around this room that need convincing and the mayor that needs convincing and the deputy mayor, it's the public as well. And where do you feel that relationship is now with Londoners, and how are we going to improve that situation?
So I haven't got the latest polling data, but I can write to this assembly. I can write to the assembly and provide it. Despite what was an awful set of revelations that arose from the Culture Review findings, actually there has not been, as far as we can see, a massive knock in public confidence, because we took a poll immediately afterwards knowing that there was going to be some impact. So there was a 4% drop. That's not good. But I might expect to see that recover if we can openly demonstrate and evidence that we're changing, that we're taking the sort of steps we're talking about, for example, body-worn video cameras. It's interesting to me that we saw an initial drop-off in 2 areas that might indicate a lack of confidence. Initially, in the number of people taking up home fire safety visits, that has recovered completely. So that measure has recovered completely. We're delivering them at a very significant rate. And then we saw an immediate knock in the diversity of people who were prepared to come and work for us. So we had a couple of examples of outreach events where normally you would get 15 candidates in there, very mixed groups, very often, over the 50th percentile, so women or black or Asian colleagues from London coming to there. The first 2 events we had after the review, we had no one of any diversity into those outreach events. That again has completely recovered, and in fact what is interesting is we're seeing increased numbers in the cohorts we're bringing through since the review. So there is obviously an issue of trust and confidence, because we betrayed that privilege in some of the behaviours we saw in public spaces, which was wholly unacceptable to me. But I hope in the clarity with which we've held ourselves responsible, in the kind of intent not to deny but to resolve, that we're beginning that kind of journey of rebuilding confidence. And we will have to bring evidence to this assembly and other committees that show that the public are either changing their mind or our staff are changing our mind. So we won't take it for granted. We'll go back out and ask, and we will present the evidence transparently to you and colleagues in the assembly.
Thanks for that. And do you feel that those new cohorts you're talking about, do those new cohorts reflect London's diversity, and are you confident that as people are coming into the brigade that the behaviour that has been there is not transpiring down to the new cohorts?
I think that's 2 questions. So the first question, yes, absolutely, because I can see it in the numbers, the makeup. I meet groups of trainees. Actually part of the reason for calling the Culture Review is because what we're really doing is maintaining a wholly changed approach to recruitment since I became Commissioner, which has been remarkably successful in diversifying the nature of colleagues joining the London Fire Brigade. What became clear was that we had an issue when those colleagues landed, and we'll continue to have an issue for some time as we try and change ourselves and our culture. So I can't have absolute confidence that every trainee who arrives in the London Fire Brigade is going to be treated with the safety and respect and dignity I would want. What I can tell you with confidence is that we have a range of really robust measures that is very different from, sadly, the point where Jade and Francois Esprit died, and that we enforce those measures rigorously. So we're coming back to the issue again and again. But a nature of cultural change means I would be foolish to provide that guarantee. This is a process that's going to happen over time, not least with normalising the workplace by bringing different people into the London Fire Brigade.
Okay, thank you for that. And finally from me, you spoke earlier about modern challenges, so challenges of the fire brigade, be it flooding, terrorist attacks. What are those challenges, and how are you able to meet them?
So the challenges in respect to climate are predominantly operational. I listened with interest yesterday, actually, to the CEO of the Lloyd's Register, talking about how any senior insurer who is in denial of climate change should be considered carefully in terms of their aptitude for the role. So I understand that the politics of climate change can be contentious. I see the noise, I hear it. The reality is I'm driven by data, and what I see is a very significant uplift in the recorded number of incidents that relate to extreme weather. Now, I'm not a climate scientist, so I don't know what's driving that. All I know is that I've got a year-on-year effect that I can't escape. So if I look at July 21, before the heat wave of 22, that was the single largest recorded number of calls on a single afternoon in the London Fire Brigade. You know, that was 5,000 odd calls into flooding incidents, and we attended, I think, nearly 4,000 or just over 4,000. You know, if I then turn to the heat wave on July the 19th, you know, when it peaked, that was the busiest day the London Fire Brigade had faced since the Second World War. We had every single truck and firefighter deployed for an extended duration of time, and people working in very, very, very dangerous circumstances, particularly out in the farther east of London, where they were facing fire conditions that hadn't been seen in the UK before. So fire jumping a dual carriageway, burning 3 or 4 houses down within 2 minutes. Firefighters being in the kind of face of that firestorm. So I think all I know is that the climate related incidents we attend are increasing in volume and severity, and therefore we're looking at everything we need to do to adapt to that. It includes the buying of new equipment. For example, we're in the process of purchasing new 4-wheel drive vehicles for the outer edges. We're looking at everything from Bowsers for remote water supply to the training we give our people to better prepare them for where there's really serious incidents on the urban and rural interface. So it's baked into the CRMP, it's baked into our planning and the costs of evolving training, but I wouldn't underestimate the scale of it. We've been very, very stretched on some of those days where we've had the extreme weather events.
Okay, thank you for that, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assemblyman Bukhari.
Thank you. I just want to start by recognising that the Fire Commissioner's openness and honesty has been really appreciated by all of us in the wake of the Culture Review, and the acceptance that you've given the 23 recommendations by Nazir Afzal. And you also publicly apologised to Jaden and Francois Esprit's mum, Linda, at the last REP meeting on Tuesday. However, Linda has said that she still feels that no one has been held accountable for Jaden's death, and the full extent of the trauma that he experienced has still not been acknowledged. Can you give us an update on why she may still be feeling like this?
I think because she can see that we let her son down in kind of almost every aspect as an organisation. I've been clear about that, and I'm the Commissioner. This happened on my watch, so I hold myself personally responsible and accountable. If I don't deliver the change required as a result of Jaden's death, then I'm not doing my job. I think completely understandably Linda is looking for issues of individual accountability, but the reality is that it was a complex mix of factors that I'm afraid I think led to that decision that her son took. It was failure of our learning support system, where we've radically changed that. It was a failure of our transfer system to flag the fact that we had a young man who was clearly vulnerable but had made 16 transfer requests in a year and no one had picked that up. So there's no one person, I think, responsible for the complex set of circumstances, the failures that led to Jaden being so badly let down by us and exposed. But what we have done is continuously gone back to it to learn, to unpick. If I was Linda, I would be cynical. You know, I think this committee, this assembly, is probably rightly cynical. We are a big public sector institution that sometimes has not demonstrated we can change at pace. So I think it probably also reflects her understandable kind of anxiety about whether we can achieve the change. I think she's right to provide us that challenge. I would expect her to continue to do so. I'm not sure I'll ever be able to completely provide the answers Linda needs. All I can do is approach it in the same way as I'm approaching this, which is in utter transparency, and to continue to keep going back at it. We're reviewing Jaden's case once again within the context of our externalised complaint and investigation service, so we are going back round it again, and we'll see further answers.
You're keeping in touch with Linda and the family as well, continually, about the way you're approaching the Culture Review as well, so that she feels completely involved.
Yeah, I mean, I met personally with Linda as part of the outfall of the Culture Review. I've met with Linda and the family on more than one occasion, and I will continue to do so. And we have an officer that is effectively a family liaison officer who's permanently dedicated to that point of contact. And to carry on having that conversation, ensure she is fully involved, as is the family, in whatever change ensues. But I do expect to be held to account by Linda. She lost her son in the most awful circumstances, and we let him down. So, you know, I should expect nothing else, and I would expect her to be cynical until we can bring evidence of the change that's required.
I'm sure she's going to appreciate that. Now, we've talked about the fact that institutional racism does exist within the London Fire Brigade, and we talked also, myself and yourself, about how it's not a switch on and off button when it comes to racism. And at the last meeting, Nazir Afzal actually did agree with me that unconscious bias was an issue. He cited a firefighter presuming a woman who was wearing a niqab not being able to speak English, for example. Now, Afzal said that that unconscious bias training could be actually beneficial to the London Fire Brigade. What's your position on this, and has such training taken place, and how?
Yep, so it's baked into the leadership training and into the kind of training around behaviours and equalities that's being rolled out. I don't think it's really particularly debatable. I think we have got to look at it as a factor in decision making and the way we treat each other and at times the public.
Do you think that you could, under your leadership, say at some point that LFB could become an institution that is anti-racist?
Yes, but I am also going to say here that whilst titles are important, the reality on the ground is what really matters, which is kind of simple interventions focused on very basic standards of professionalism of behaviour. Because actually, my experience is, as a watch, if you can put a ladder up well, and you've got a junior officer who is enforcing correct standards across all parts of the workspace, we generally have a better work environment where people understand they come to work correct. So, yes, I think we can be an anti-racist organisation. But actually, my focus is on something far more basic, which is I pay you, you come to work correct. What you think in your spare time is your business, but do not bring it to my workplace, because I am and particularly if you're one of my leaders, if you're one of my officers, I'm paying you to hold that standard, and we are going to define the standard, and then if you don't hold it, you don't get to be one. So I think whilst that is an important thing to aspire to, I'm looking to achieve something that I think is more fundamentally basic, which is that people come to work correct and enforce a professional standard across every aspect of the workplace.
I mean, one of the things that Nazir Afzal said that was really striking was that after hearing experiences from 9 different women, he himself actually sought counselling afterwards. So you can just imagine how horrifying and horrid those experiences were. And I'm really glad that you're taking up this challenge, because every watch and every station has to go through these changes, and you need to be monitoring and making sure that anyone in the LFB who is not meeting expectations and the recommendations set has to be dealt with. And how can you guarantee that?
Because I think we have to continuously analyse the evidence in front of us. The data. So a lot of this is about measuring and monitoring, isn't it? It's not just it's like I said, it's not the things on the action plan. We've got a lot of energy. We've got good senior leaders who are going to, move forward through a giant programme of intervention and change. We're already embarked on it. What we've got to do is measure the outcome. So that's done in a number of different ways. I didn't write Nazir Afzal's report, neither did Nazir really. It was the 2,000 members of the London Fire Brigade who provided very clear testimony to him that wrote that report. I cannot come in front of this assembly and say things have changed unless I've gone back to a similar number of people and they tell me their day-to-day experience at work is different. Actually, I can't come back to the assembly unless I come back and show that I am retaining women's staff better, or I'm continuing to recruit diverse Londoners, or I'm reducing levels of discipline that actually complaints able to come to you with numbers of complaints, so expecting them to go up to begin with as people build trust and confidence in a different system. And I think we are doing that, for example. So we set up a safe to speak scheme after the death of Jaden that was externally monitored, led by someone independent internally with a good reputation. Only 22 people called in. Since the 28th of November, where we put the whole thing out independently and externally, we've had over 150. So you can see that, things can make a difference. But I would expect that number to start to come down as we start to educate and enforce standards, particularly of leadership inside teams. Yeah. So I think it's a range of qualitative and quantitative evidence we will need to bring to those who scrutinise us, whether it's the Inspectorate, whether it's yourselves, to demonstrate that the change is happening.
I'm going to just leave the last minute and a half that I've got left actually on a subject that I've been talking about something quite passionately about. It's the lithium-ion battery fires that have started to increase. There's been an 80% rise. And on Friday the 27th, a mother and 3 children actually narrowly escaped a high-rise flat fire in south east London caused by a lithium-ion battery on an e-bike. I want to know whether there is sufficient resources for you to get out the message of how Londoners can keep safe when it comes to these fires.
I don't think it's a question of resourcing at this point. I think it's more about how we effectively communicate and seeking kind of across the political spectrum support to tackle what is a difficult issue actually to communicate about.
I mean, you're doing some great work online, but that message is still not getting across. The fact that 80% rise of fires have been linked now. We've got to do better, and we do need to have a public awareness campaign that goes across the board now. We're
talking to central government about this. I think there is support in central government to do it. I think it's balanced, and I can understand this with the need not to shut down exploration of and use of alternate energy storage. So there's a balance between recognising the risk, driving responsible setting of standards within industries, because this is part of it, you know, making it clear that if you buy cheap, you get fires,
exactly.
That sort of stuff, without seeking to disincentivise what is important new technology that makes a difference to society. So there is a bit of a balance there. But we have very serious concerns about alternate energy storage of all sizes, because it is an emerging technology where kind of the industry is moving faster than safety standards, frankly. So we're engaged in kind of fairly advanced discussion with good support from the Minister, I have to say, on this in terms of how we might publicly leverage, you know, publicly campaign together with central government and move on it, because it is certainly something that, you know, particularly if you look at the scale of deaths abroad, particularly in the US.
Okay, Commissioner, I think the group
you've got
is
my backing, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Assemblymember Hall.
Thank you. Morning, both. Deputy Mayor, there can't be anybody around this table that wasn't horrified by the cultural review. Some of us thought that it would be bad, but some of the things that were reported were absolutely disgraceful. Now, as normal, we ask for the Mayor to attend plenary meetings because he's ultimately responsible politically. He always refuses, although he's told me once, just pick up the phone and I'll attend meetings. The reason he's not here today, he says, is because he's been summoned by us, I think, on 3 occasions, and therefore doesn't have the time to come. Now, this is no reflection on you, Deputy Mayor, whatsoever. You know I hold you in high esteem. But given the problems in the Fire Brigade at the moment, do you think it's appropriate that you have been put back down to 3 days a week?
So I think the Assembly's obviously got a statutory role to hold me to account, so I welcome the opportunity to talk to this point. As longer-serving Assembly members will be aware, prior to the pandemic, I did also work as an Assembly member. I was a group officer at the time as well. I was Deputy Leader and Whip of the Labour group, as well as carrying out my role as Deputy Mayor for Fire and Resilience. This was in a really busy time as well, so during the period of the Grenfell Phase 1 report, the first HMI report, and I was always grateful for the support of Assembly colleagues for enabling me to do that. When I had the amazing good fortune to be offered the opportunity of a lifetime to go into the House of Lords, which I know many people here would also be delighted to have. I mean, I'm sure everybody who's worked in politics would understand what a privilege and honour that is. I did speak to the Mayor and the Chief of Staff about how I could manage to do both roles at the same time. And clearly, I did manage to do both, I feel, satisfactory before the pandemic. And the work of the LRF, the almost constant, at some points we had strategic coordinating group meetings several times a day at the height of the pandemic. Clearly, we've moved on to a different stage of the pandemic now. I have a level of expertise and experience in this field, and I am confident, and I know the Mayor expressed his confidence that I could go back to effectively 3 days a week, although in practice I have to say it's been quite flexible in the favour of the role of Deputy Mayor currently, and that I could still carry out my scrutiny role and my holding the LFC to account while I did that.
Okay, but we'd like to put it on note that we are very disappointed that the Mayor didn't come with you today, because this cultural...
I wasn't aware he was invited. Historically,
Yes,
I've always done the fire plenary.
I accept that. He's well aware, though, and he's well aware he constantly refuses to come. But that's not your fault, but it most certainly is very disappointing that our Mayor, yet again, doesn't reply to our requests for him to attend. Baroness Twycross, you asked a few days ago if there are any questions we needed answers for before the meeting. I sent in quite a few and we haven't had any responses.
I can only apologise for that. Around
incremental pay for that has been added to firemen's money. Okay. We'll catch up after this, because I was specifically told that, because I thought that was wonderful, I could get answers to questions without asking them here, but they haven't. I haven't had the responses.
I'm looking at fire team people in the audience who haven't seen anything of that nature.
Okay,
we'll pick that up afterwards.
Make sure
and I can only apologise if that's our mistake.
If it didn't get to, I was told it had come from your office, but fine. If I can go on, Commissioner. In Enfield, you'll remember I wrote to you about Meridian Water, a 30-storey building that only had one fire staircase. I also wrote to the Mayor about it. I believe now a second staircase is going in, which can only be good news for residents of Enfield. But if I could really press upon you, when the fire brigade is asked for comments on buildings going up, that you make an even louder noise if there are situations when 30-storey buildings do not have two staircases. It's ludicrous, so can you make more of a noise about that? I believe it might be that the government are looking to insisting on it, and it would be great for everybody if they do, and I certainly hope that they do that. I was also going to just quickly ask you, Commissioner, is the FBU doing an investigation of their own around cultural misbehaviour, I can put it, within their own ranks? I get a lot of whistleblowers, as you well know. I hear all sorts of things. And I read yesterday that I think one of the rail unions is looking within itself to issues. And it takes me back to when I did all my tours of all the fire stations, when I had real problems on the fire stations with rudeness, but way beyond that. Very often senior officers used to say to me, oh yes, well it's a very unionised station, or that particular watch. So are the FBU, the Fire Brigade Union, are they actually going to do their own internal review of this? Because I'm very, very disappointed that we're in this dreadful situation with culture, that the union itself wasn't doing more to actually stop this, because it's damaging firefighters, whether they're in the union or not, and I believe any that are not in the union suffer quite significantly, because if they're not in the union, they're not in the gang. This is what I hear. Will you put that suggestion to them, or do you know if they are actually doing any internal review of this?
So I think, to be fair to the London region of the FBU, they recognise that they have the same problem as us, because ergo, if you've got a workplace where 90+% of your operational staff are in a union, their members are our firefighters, therefore they must, by implication, have some of the same cultural issues and behaviours, because it's the same set of people. You can't divide the two. They've been very proactive in terms of supporting us through the culture review piece, so they've got an officer that sits on the working group to drive stuff forward. I think it's a question for them and a challenge for them. I know what I would do if I was in a leadership position in the Fire Brigades Union, but I think it's a question for them to answer. I know that they are considering their extended, their continued response to the review. But I think your question is well made, because I don't see how you can change culture in any organisation unless you bring it to the surface and really have a look at it.
Yep. Okay. Have any of the FBU reps actually been put on any sort of dismissal or?
I don't think we have any reps involved in any of the current discipline processes we currently have, because actually there is a sensitivity to that, and we have clear protocols where we need to talk to the trade union about those matters. Again, what I would say is that part of the genesis of the culture review was actually a series of kind of serious level complaints brought directly to me as Commissioner by the London region of the FBU. In particular, they brought forward a very serious complaint around misogyny, well, two actually,
I know.
where, to be fair, they did acknowledge that it was their members that had been involved, and there were questions for them about how they had represented members and how their involvement in the discipline processes are perhaps not given the defence that was needed to the women involved.
Quite so. Okay, I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Polensky, please.
Thank you, Chair. Before I begin my questions, I just wanted to reflect on the session last week of the Culture Review, as has been said by other Assembly members, and also the heaviness of that session, but also the transparency and commitment you both faced within that session to questions. Acknowledging that there's still serious questions to answer, and you've said many times this morning already in different ways that there is still a huge amount of work to do. This is an ongoing process, but to thank you both for that. Also, Commissioner, your commitment as well to the transparency around the Freemasons in the Fire Brigade that you acknowledged last week, and commitment to LGBT fire officers and disability. And Deputy Mayor, just to say that the Green Group have no concerns about you working 3 days a week. We think you're doing excellent work and will continue to do so. I want to turn to climate, which is a conversation we've had as an ongoing discussion. And this morning you've talked already about how the brigade at times has been very stretched. And you've also talked about, when you look at the data, Commissioner, from year on year, particularly around climate, that things are getting worse, and there is a trajectory there that is no longer, or should have never been, debated. And I know you accept that. We've seen wildfires, as you've discussed, that have meant the London Fire Brigade have faced the worst number of calls since World War II, and we've seen excess flooding as well as damage and structural building collapse. And although there's been fatalities, it's been a close call in terms of those major fatalities, and we've seen those in Auckland, for instance, with atmospheric rivers and other events around the world. So my first question really, is London ready for a major event of a climate crisis, and what happens if there's a rapid succession of events over a short period of time?
We're a well-resourced service that I think can cope with it operationally, and actually part of the changes we've brought through this year is to look at the way we deal with surge demand. So I think one of the benefits of actually a much tighter focus on financial efficiency, ironically, has been about how we deal with surge demand as well. So, for example, by going back to a watch-based training model, that then allows us to recall anyone on training in their operating team groups, means that faced with the sort of conditions we saw in the summer, we're in a different place now where we would be able to recall many more firefighters directly onto the front line. So in terms of our operational capacity, I think we're in a good place, and I think we've got the resources we need for kind of surge demand. So I would provide that reassurance. Some of it is about how we manage that and doing it better, and I think we're well advanced on that journey. In terms of London itself, again, I am not an expert, but it's obvious to me from the operational conditions I saw out in the east of London that we do not manage the rural-urban interface in a way that recognises an increase in risk, and that we will need to turn to other countries to understand how to do that, whether it's about seeing communities as islands in the rural kind of the sort of semi-rural landscape. So putting gravel barriers around vulnerable houses next to large areas of open, dry ground, for example, that you see on the continent. You know, some guidance around planting, the availability of water supply. There's things you can do in the urban planning environment that build a greater resilience into communities, but they come over time and they have to come with a degree of investment. But I think it would be prudent that we look at where the fires happened around London and consider, you know, how, working together with other partners, we can provide advice in as to how that might need to change.
Can I ask if there's any specifics on what work's being done at the moment then on that rural-urban interface?
Well, we've done a major review of our response to the wildfires. That's just completed. It just came to my board with a series of lessons. Again, we are not urban planning experts. We're the people who respond, but we do know from our contacts with international brigades about the operating environment they're in and some of the mitigating measures, and we'd welcome bringing that into a kind of shared learning environment.
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor, if I can turn to you, and actually it picks up on what the Commissioner just said, because I want to ask you about preparedness, looking particularly at that international picture and what we can learn from other countries. Now, in this country, we've seen the 40-degree heat wave. It did last just a couple of days, and I know just one day can cause fatalities and puts pressure on the fire brigade. But thankfully, we haven't seen one that has gone on. And it's the same with the rainfall. Walthamstow, I believe, in a couple of days saw a month's rainfall. But again, it wasn't for a long time. What operations are in place for resourcing for London when we are overwhelmed or when we are totally stretched? I know that we usually ask other fire brigades from outside to give extra fire resources, but what happens when those don't come?
I think they did come last time. I actually spoke to the Police and Fire Commissioner from Essex, who we talked about the fact that he'd sent, or Essex had sent fire appliances. That sounds a little bit operational, so I might hand over to the Mayor shortly. Not the Mayor, sorry. I've promoted you, Andy. But I think that the preparedness piece is really around how the strategic coordination works through the London Resilience Forum, and all the climate risks are on the risk register that we work to, the national risks that we're assigned. These are reviewed regularly, and actually increasingly we're seeing the interconnectedness of the ones relating to climate change and looking much more at how we take these as a group, because as you'll be aware, we hadn't really been expecting that 40 degrees heat for a few years. It came earlier than we'd expected, which is an issue for us to deal with earlier. I mean, we weren't expecting that level of heat. I think the predictions were that it was sometime in the future, and quite clearly after a heat wave you quite often get significant rainfall when the weather breaks. So there's no point us looking just at extreme heat or drought or flooding in isolation. You have to look at them as a whole. So that's the approach we're increasingly starting to take through the Resilience Forum and through the work the GLA's City Resilience staff do here. But I'll hand back to the Commissioner. But I would like to say thank you for your kind words earlier as well.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Commissioner, can I just build on the question and give you an opportunity to answer it? I guess the question to elaborate is, what if Essex are also facing the same dangers that we are, and so then they can't send resources?
Well, I mean, we did get to points during the day where that occurred. There wasn't the mutual aid coming across the border, and we couldn't provide mutual aid. At that point, each service has got to work within its own resources. What I would reiterate is London is well resourced. So, yeah, it's a very, very difficult day, but you can't resource continuously to the maximum. It's not an efficient way to run a service. What you've got to do is plan effectively for surge demand, recognising it might happen more regularly. And actually, what I would say, it's not just about climate. I would echo the Deputy Mayor's comments. You know, I got a phone call from Grant Emerson, who at that point was running the London Ambulance Service, about a week into the kind of rising event at the start of the COVID pandemic, where he basically said to me, can I have 600 firefighters, please, to crew ambulances? Again, because we are well resourced and we understand surge planning, we gave them to him. So there's something about recognising in London the pressures in the immediate with some sort of significant event, whether it's terrorism, pandemic, climate, is that you've got to recognise there might be times when you have to maximise your resources, stop other activities, and it's the systems that underpin it. And actually, I think we've got a pretty good track record in London. Again, we were the only service in the country that did get 600 people onto ambulances within the context of a couple of weeks. That's because I think the strategic partnership stuff that's been embedded across, frankly, a number of mayoral administrations, you know, including prior to Sadiq, works. But it's about that constant review, going back. All the big services have got into the practice over many years of doing major review after critical events. So I think it lies in both the planning and use of kind of surge resource planning.
Makes sense. Just to turn in a related but slightly different direction, as a London Fire Brigade, lots of people think you put out fires, but of course there's a huge amount of prevention and education there. So I don't want to be alarmist, but at the same time it is part of our role to ring the alarms. I want to ask you about sinkholes, and particularly if any work is being done around sinkholes and how much of a challenge these are. I know the British Geological Survey put out a study a few years back that links potential ground movement to subsidence to properties.
So we don't have a massive... We have seen them in London. I mean, I've attended an incident involving a sinkhole, but they're not... Again, if we were going to look at the kind of rational planning around risk, they don't feature on it. And we would want to be careful not to create an issue out of something that isn't profoundly impactful in very large numbers. So if you want my honest opinion, where we need to concentrate is actually where you've got communities like Wennington, how can we help them prepare to be resilient? It's unlikely to be about sinkholes, but what we did do as a result of what we learnt out of the summer is actually we sent our cadets and firefighters to help communities cut back excess vegetation, for example. So thinking specifically about advice and practical activity that we can use our resources to support in communities to prepare them for kind of the big threats that will affect a whole community. So it's not that I don't think there isn't a risk around sinkholes, but it's not far enough up our kind of risk register to really devote a lot of time and resource, and we've got good operational resources that deal with the immediacy of that. What I'm more interested in would be flash flooding, the predominance of concrete in the urban environment, the need to maintain driveways that aren't permeated over, because actually water, if you want to talk about a real risk to Londoners, flash flooding through extreme rain and the very, very extreme situations we've seen on major roads where people were genuinely trapped in their cars, or the situation we had recently with a different reason for the flooding, the bursting of a water main in North London. We were rescuing people out of basements who potentially, if they were vulnerable, could have drowned if we had not got to them. So I think it's not to discount a risk, but I think we've got some bigger issues we need to get to first in terms of where we put our resourcing and advice.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, I think this is more a question for you. I want to ask about water main bursts, and in particular the intelligence around. A lot of the time, even the water companies don't seem to know exactly where their infrastructure is. What sort of cross-coordination is going on around getting intelligence?
So the water companies are represented on the London Resilience Forum, but as you say, they don't necessarily always know in advance, but there would be places that would be a particular problem. But when there is a problem, then the coordination would normally take place through the London Resilience Forum. And if it's severe enough, for example, the Commissioner mentioned severe flooding, then there would be a strategic coordination group to make sure that everyone was ensuring that resources were pooled and that the response was properly coordinated.
And do you feel like because a lot of the documents about the infrastructure are usually quite old and usually badly documented, do you feel like they're taking responsibility they need to in updating?
I haven't particularly focused on that as a specific issue. I can see whether Shirley Rodriguez has had any dealings with that from that perspective. But I'll look into it because I'll speak to the London Resilience Group about whether they've seen that as a particular issue in terms of planning for where things might happen. What I would say is that if a water company was aware that a water main had particular risks and was likely to burst and cause the devastation, I would hope that they would prioritise it and understand that they do prioritise areas generally, but I can get a more specific answer for you on that.
Thank you. And Commissioner, finally, just to build on that, looking at other work the GLA is undertaking, would something like the National Underground Asset Register help you as an emergency responder?
Yes, definitely. We've got a real interest in risk underground because we've probably got the most extensively tunnelled environment in Europe, if not the world, and it's complex and it's of different ages, and that presents risks both in terms of operation and risk to the public. So a lot of it is well mapped, to be fair, and the GLA actually in my time as an officer has done a range of work around, for example, trying to do a drainage survey, I remember some years ago, but it's complex because of the historic layers of subsurface kind of activity. But no, it's something we'd welcome. Any kind of operational intelligence we can get around the environment people might be likely to operate in is of real use to us. And water supply network particularly, because then if you go back to Grenfell and how we started this meeting, actually some of our challenges there is about the supply of water to us as well, and the continued maintenance of it, and the kind of the water company's role in that.
Thank you both. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assemblymember Baker, please.
Thank you, Chair. I want to ask some questions about the culture review. I know we've delved into some very specific aspects of it. I'm going to start with questions to Fiona, but I also do just want to say that having been involved with a couple of organisations' culture reviews, then I cannot emphasise enough how important it is, your acceptance and acknowledgement of the problems and willingness to tackle them. It's sadly very rare, but I really, really do commend you. Thank you. So I want to ask Fiona, I want to ask about the culture review and a very, very specific problem that came out to me when reading through it, that you have both in the LFB that seemingly the best of workplaces and the worst, and a lot of that revolves around the culture of the watch and the mess, which can be the most amazing and supportive places but also can turn really horrible, and it feels that it's a real challenge for you to change what's bad and keep what's good, especially as I think a lot of organisations' approach would be to try and stamp out a lot of that human relations and the crucial things that make it such a good place to work. What's the approach to that? How are you going to tackle that such a difficult problem?
So I think you're right to say that it's a difficult process to go through a culture review. You'll know that 2,000 members of staff gave evidence to the review, so we can assume it's an accurate picture, which is why there was absolutely no hesitation on behalf of the Commissioner, myself or the Mayor in terms of accepting both the findings and the recommendations. In terms of watch culture, as you say, it's essential that people on a watch trust each other. So having good relationships and having respect for each other on a watch is vital. One of the things that I think sometimes when people talk about culture, it sort of gets a bit woolly and fluffy, but actually the way you can drive culture change through the organisation is through rigorous leadership, very clear guidance and rules, and rooting out bad behaviour and individuals carrying out that behaviour from the organisation. And the Commissioner has been really clear that he doesn't have the barriers that the Met Police has in terms of getting rid of people who were found to have breached the rules and to the extent that they should be sacked. So that isn't an issue for the brigade. The issue is making sure that they actually drive through the behaviours and have the performance management in place and understood and consistent and done correctly. And I think that it can be tempting to say, let's break up watches or let's break up watch culture and move people around. But actually all you'd be doing then would be moving the people who are displaying bad behaviours, and you'd actually spread that bad behaviour to a different watch. So you'd be moving the problem. Much better to preserve what's best about the watch culture, but ensure that if people want to move, you look into why they want to move. And if people are behaving badly, they don't get the opportunity to go and behave badly elsewhere. They get moved on and moved out of the organisation.
Thank you. That's helpful and reassuring. I want to ask specifically one of the things that reassured me, but also stood out to me, was the proportion of serving women firefighters who came forward to give evidence. It was a huge proportion. And last week's FREP committee, Nazir Afzal, the chair of the Culture Review, talked about certain types of men being attracted to uniformed services, and I think this is something that, Andy, you acknowledged as well, because they're attracted to power, and that's a very toxic thing to have in your organisation. I know you're not the only organisation to have acknowledged it, to face it. It feels to me that you're only organisation to have acknowledged it. But how can you change that, considering that, frankly, it's these are seen as masculine traits, aren't they? Let's face it. Some of the heroism things, rightly or wrongly, they are. So how can we change that? How can we stop people coming in? How can we stop people coming in who have those traits? And how do we keep, again, the good things?
So I think the Commissioner might want to come in on this,
I'm sure
but I
he
think
does, yes.
I think a large part of this is about what processes. I mean, I'm going to sound like a broken record. A lot of this is about processes and making sure you've got the right processes in place to identify people at various points. You can actually test people's values and behaviours, and at senior levels already we've started having pass-fail EDI assessments that have proved to send a shockwave through the organisation, but actually have identified people who just don't understand what the EDI agenda involves. They've been given very good sort of real-life tests as to how they would behave in a particular situation, and this is really enabling the brigade to sort of set that level at the top, but this needs to go through all the different levels of the organisation. But I think the Commissioner can come in and talk about how this has been done with new recruits.
I'd love to hear, but I am running out of time, so if you could,
Apologies.
and if you've got something short to say, that would be great to hear. But
just about leadership at every level. So it's education and accountability. Accountability is partly process and behaviour itself.
Yeah, thank you, and sorry for
But that's
long
continuous.
questions. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you. Assemblymember Rogers, please.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, a few questions about the external complaints service. I think it's really I commend the transparency of publishing the data on a weekly basis of the contacts received by the service. And I wonder, so the latest says you've had 162 contacts by various means. Does this meet your expectations going into this? Because we've talked about how 2,000 people came forward as part of the culture review to share their experiences. Where does 162 sit in terms of your expectation?
I'm not sure I had an expectation around the number. I just expected us to do a hell of a lot better than 22, because I knew full well that 22 over the course of a year really didn't represent even the number of whistleblowing complaints that come into my own office. You know, when people are bypassing your own internal systems, come direct to you as Commissioner in greater numbers than the people who phoned in, that something's not working. So this feels more appropriate. I mean, that's proportionally for the organisation a large number. You know, we're an organisation of 6,000 people. That's quite a lot of complaints to come in since the 28th of November. So it feels about right for this point. I suppose my caution is that taking a complaint, investigating it, but then resolving it is a different thing. So what I need from this number is to see the proper resolution of a high number of complaints that have come in. So what is the end result? So I've got some faith in the quality of the advice and support we're getting from the externalised service. I now need to see that match with well-supported decision-making internally to either sanction people, educate people, or exit people, frankly. So I think that's the next piece of kind of evidence I need to bring to this committee. It's not just that we've had people phone in, you know, great that we've resolved 49 of those cases to the satisfaction of the complainants, are probably quite low level and dealt with through sort of sensible intervention. I'm interested in how we evidence that we're really rooting out some of the worst behaviours that are exemplified through those calls.
Yes, actually, that was my next question about what the resolutions look like. As you say, you got 49 cases resolved, 0 dismissals. Presumably that's because a case resulting in dismissal would be quite a complex, long process. So how are these cases that have been resolved, how are they being resolved at the moment?
So a mixture of informal action, so whether that's mediation, whether actually it's as simple as clarification of what the complaint was. What, you know, do you feel satisfied you've been heard and that this has changed the environment you're working in? So a mixture of formal and lower level formal. So that will be performance management at, you know, what we would call stage 1 or 2, or conduct management at stage 1 or 2. So it might be written sanction. What I'm interested in is some of the more extreme cases and making sure we get to a transparent resolution of those. Either way, because at the end of the day, suspension's a neutral act until resolution. But I can't see that level of complaint and the sort of evidence we saw emerging from the culture review not resulting in the dismissal of members of staff. I would be perturbed if we didn't get there, because I know it's evidenced well in the review.
Yes, and for those more serious cases, when someone submits a complaint to the external complaint service, obviously justice has to be thorough, but also has to be swift. So, are there timescales for when you would like to see cases resolved by? Because obviously it's bad for everyone to have things hanging around for month after month after month.
There's a turnaround. There's a service level agreement with the provider around turnaround of investigation and recommendation. There isn't, because we've been advised it's very difficult to put a finite limit on decision making in complex cases. But what I can assure you is we need to do it a lot quicker than we have done in the past, because that has also been part of the failings of the process historically. That things dragged on. We had people suspended for 2 years, 3 years. Frankly, in circumstances where we should have just taken a decision either way much earlier. So I'm at a point where I'm beginning to ask those questions, because we've been running for 2 months now. I can see we've kept to the SLAs within, broad terms within that externalised service. I know, for example, that within that number of 11, there are at least 2 cases where we're reaching final decision, and I expect to see us work through with the same speed the other 11, for example, because I've got no doubt more will emerge anyway.
Okay, thank you. You have a range of sort of short-term, medium and long-term objectives here, but one of the longer-term objectives has to be to think to recover the reputation of the brigade within, among Londoners. How are you proposing to do that?
I think in the same way we went about culture review, which is with transparency. So we have to effectively communicate our story. But what I won't do is communicate it until I'm really convinced we can evidence change. So we will go out in the same way. We will have to go out publicly. We will have to reach out through particularly borough commanders into local communities, because part of the recovery of our reputation and changing our culture is to do much better at a local level in terms of our contact and relationship with communities. So I would expect to have to basically tell the story backed with evidence, again, because otherwise why would you believe us as a member of the public?
Absolutely. I mean, you would come on to my next question, actually, which is about doing well in local communities. There is, in Purley, there's a co-location between the LFB and the Met Police, and I wonder what kind of advantages have you seen in that co-location and cooperation?
I think wherever we co-locate with a partner, you get better understanding of the other partner's role, and you tend to see people working better together locally on the ground. With policing colleagues, you have to make sure that it works for both of us, because there will be places in London where it doesn't make sense either geographically to co-locate, nor actually sometimes, I'm afraid, in the context of our relationship with the community, because we get different access and we have different regulatory demands. We've got both different powers and duties, and we operate in different ways. So sometimes it can be a barrier to community relations if we're always located together. Mark Rowley and I have spoken honestly about this. I do think there is more opportunity across the size of our estate to do it. And I think actually, because of the increasingly kind of challenging finance, just generally across the public sector, we've got a duty to look at it again and again. Daniel L. Kellers and Daniel, who obviously runs the London Ambulance Service, we met recently for the refreshed Three Chiefs meeting. And this was a primary kind of focus, actually, is about how can we share resources and learning and even physical space.
Well, there is actually, to be parochial for a second, there's a proposal under discussion locally in my constituency around the Met Police sharing some facilities in Chiswick Fire Station. I don't know whether you've heard of that proposal. It does seem to have stalled, and whether, if you haven't heard of it, whether you could look in to it and perhaps write to me.
Yeah, because Chiswick actually does feel like somewhere alongside Purley where actually that would be potentially a good space to share if we've got the space to do it. Absolutely, we can go and look at it. But, if you want to write to my office, we'll make sure it goes. I'm just looking at my team up there. We'll make sure it goes out with the right questions.
Superb. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Sheikh, please.
Good morning, Commissioner, and good morning, Baroness Twycross. Great to have you with us. I wanted to drill into building safety, specifically in regards to the interim simultaneous evacuation strategy that I think is still in place on over 1,000 buildings in London. So I wanted to ask what we need to do to reduce this number to 0, and specifically what it is that we would need government support in order to make that possible. Fiona, if I start with you and then bring in the Commissioner, please.
Sorry, I was expecting it to be the other way around. So I think that what we really need is for a step change in the built environment. So I think you've only got responsible people deciding that there needs to be waking watch, and you've only got the brigade saying that there needs to be full evacuation rather than stay put where there's severe problems with the built environment. Obviously, my colleague Tom Copley deals mainly with fire safety and building safety, but I think that the introduction of the Fire Safety Act, which amended the fire safety order, obviously finally came into effect on 23rd of January this year. And this actually should help in terms of responsible people now having to share crucial fire safety information about buildings with the LFB. What we now need to happen is for the government to mandate how this information should be shared with fire and rescue services. So it's been left to individual services to work with building owners on how this will work. And clearly, LFB's got by far the largest number of buildings in scope under this legislation, which means they've had to develop their own online portal and work with housing providers to encourage them to share appropriate information in a format that works. It'd be much better if we could have some sort of national standard and clarity about how this would happen, but I'll leave it to the Commission to talk further to that.
Thank you.
The first thing I'd like to say is actually I'd like to recognise the contribution of Michael Gove, the Secretary of State. I think he's come at this with a great energy, and that's not always been the case previously. So I do want to recognise that we've had a lot of good support from DLAC in trying to shift the dial on this. So I mean, I think it's everything from the sort of really positive measures around, and I'll go back to our colleague Susan's comments earlier about DLUC's position now on single staircase, where effectively we are going to see a mandate. I'm sure that will emerge out of the consultation. We will see a mandate that you simply cannot build buildings above 30 metres with one staircase.
Yes, absolutely.
Welcome that. Actually, the setting up of the building safety regulator, we welcome that. We need to make sure it's properly funded, and there are definitely challenges in kind of the implementation of it, not least the fact that, for example, we'll have to find another 45 qualified staff from a fire safety sector that is already, competing with private companies that can pay a third more. So there's not challenges there. But the first thing I say is we need to support government in doing what I think it is doing increasingly, and is to be commended for, which is bringing forward both legislation and guidance that forces constructors to take a more responsible approach to their business. And that's probably where I finish, because the way you really change this is people need to stop building shoddy buildings. Because if I look at the 1,152 we've got on my patch, which is 3/4 of the country's high-risk buildings, it's because people didn't build them properly. There were rules there, even under previous building regulation, that if people had held themselves even to those regulations, we would not be in this situation. This is about poor management of subcontraction, reckless behaviours on the building site, just leaving fire cavity protection out and putting an attractive skin on a building. That's about constructors, because to be fair to the government and to local authorities and to us, you cannot monitor what happens under the skin of the building 24 hours a day. It requires a degree of a mature and responsible approach by constructors.
I couldn't agree more, and I think there's been actually a lot of nods around the Assembly on the comments that you've made, so I'd be in total agreement. I've got less than a minute left, so I'm going to try and combine a couple of questions. You mentioned the building safety regulator. I mean, I'd be interested to know, especially from yourself, Fiona, what you foresee London's role in that. I mean, especially regulatory bodies that will look at construction materials. I think London is a very specific context, and I feel a little bit concerned about it being a national body that doesn't hone into London's governance specifically. And in addition to that, if I might add, with the Fire Safety London Plan guidance, it was out for consultation last year, and it's been, I'm wondering what evolution has there been in the policies based on the consultation responses that you've had?
What for the London plan?
Fire safety guidance.
I think that I'll get you an answer from Jules Pipe on that.
Okay.
On the London governance, I mean, there's always an issue with anything national in terms of we want it to be almost bespoke for London, but obviously they need to have something national. I think that's about the conversations and the conversations that particularly the Fire Commissioner and his team will have with national bodies and national regulators. And as the Commissioner's indicated, he's in regular dialogue with DLUC and in person with Michael Gove. So I think that I would hope that would come out through that. But if there's anything specific you think we should be asking for, then I'd be interested to know.
Thank you. I might pick that up with you afterwards, if that's right, because I'm out of time now. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Assembly Member Bailey, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Deputy Mayor and Commissioner. Can I apologise in advance because I might skip about a bit with my questions. Can I just, this first question is for the Deputy Mayor. We've talked about the difficulty of moving culture on and that the union might be part of it. And the Commissioner made comments about what he would do if he ran the union, but of course he's the Commissioner. He cannot ask or even suggest to the union that they maybe have the same sort of cultural review that the brigade has gone through. But could you ask the question? Could you ask them, would they consider some kind of external review?
I'm not sure it's my role to mandate or dictate to unions how they operate. What I would say is that, as the Commissioner said, the London FBU was actually quite pivotal to us undertaking the culture review in the first place, and for it making sure that it went over the whole organisation rather than the watches. And as Andy has said, the culture review is about the workforce, and it is quite a unionised workforce. And the union and all the unions, because obviously it's not just the FBU represented in the workforce, all the unions are keen to make sure that the culture review works, because it's their members who've been suffering, and it's their members who gave evidence as to what happened. So I think rather than dictate to a union, I'd like to carry on working with them constructively to make sure that the culture review works. It's up to them to look at their own governance, and they've got their own processes to do that.
I accept that, but I didn't use the word dictate. I just thought it might be useful to ask, because the brigade has made great strides forward because of this. And when I asked the question of the union in our last FREP meeting, it almost seemed like they were surprised at the notion that they could do a similar thing. I'm just saying, as Commissioner, and I was asking actually if you thought it's appropriate. You've probably said it isn't. Could it just be suggested? Because you cannot change your culture without them joining in.
Yeah, apologies for interrupting. I think that the TSSA review was noted recently, so I think it is clearly an issue that all unions would be looking at, and I would be surprised if the FBU weren't considering the findings of the TSSA review themselves.
Could I just come in on that? Because I feel actually it's quite difficult because we haven't got a colleague from the union here, so I don't want to speak on their behalf. What I would say is that colleagues inside both the London Fire Brigade, branch of the Fire Brigades Union, and national colleagues are looking at this really seriously in terms of the formal action they take forward. I think they are beginning to look at culture formally, which I would welcome, because I think that's the appropriate thing to do, the transparent thing to do, and would help them actually support their members. But I think to give them credit, the conversations I've had with them recently is they are considering how to use the information their own members have provided rather than reiterating the whole thing. So it's more about the fact, and I think we have to recognise they accepted it in whole as well, and then thinking about what that says about their own structures. So I think they will at some point come to this in a formal manner. I think we just have to give them some time, and they probably should come back and answer questions themselves. So I think you'll get the straight answer then.
That sounds like a great idea. Just to skip over just slightly a completely different topic. This is to the Commissioner. How do you think morale is in the brigade in two very specific ways, in the main body of the brigade and also in your senior management team?
I think it's pretty dented. I think that difficult change does that. It's hard to maintain motivation and a positive attitude, but that's about leadership as well. So I think it's a mixed picture. I think many people read the culture review and felt very, very sad about the service, but we were relieved that finally something was written down that reflected their experiences, and will actually just be hopeful that we will drive the change. There will be others who are just humiliated and distraught about a service picture they don't recognise because maybe they've been lucky enough not to experience it. And there will others who will be just in blind denial, and that will impact their motivation. I think it would, again, be disingenuous to sit in front of the Assembly and say that everyone in the London Fire Brigade is happy, because I don't think you go through this level of reformation either in terms of operational change. The challenge of accountability, actually holding ourselves and each other to proper account, and some of the very depressing stories you've seen emerge about the brigade and feel good. I think part of my job is to lead us positively out of it, but I won't sacrifice accountability for that. I think the part of the way for responsibly over time leading us out of this is say, look at the best we can be. You turn to what our colleagues are doing in Turkey, or what I saw out in the fields of East London last summer, and my challenge back to firefighters is, I know you can act with utter selflessness and courage, with great operational skill, London's greatest hour of need. Now take that back into the workplace, because you cannot excuse the other stuff. So I think difficult, Sean, is what I would say. I think people are in a difficult place, but then perhaps that's the inevitable result of taking things head on and having a go at changing them.
Do you have any plans to do anything to support, particularly I want to separate out your senior management team, the body of your brigade? Do you have anything planned to sort of support their morale? So that
Well, actually, I think the pay offer that we've seen nationally will go some way to that. So I think, again, pay conditions is important, should not be ignored. I was very keen to avoid both a national and local fire strike by working kind of as positively as we could within the constraints of our resources to get to an offer that recognises the people's value in society. And again, just speaking frankly, people are paid fairly and they feel like they're getting valued and paid fairly. They can see their commissioner actually making the case for better pay. Then again, it is much easier to hold people to account, because you don't get one without the other. If I'm making a public effort to achieve better pay for you, which I think you deserve, I'm afraid I am also publicly going to hold you to account, because I expect you to come to work correct for that reward. So I think pay and conditions is one, and to be, again, clear, we have a lot of positive conversation with both national union and national government on that. And I do hope we avoid a national fire strike as a result. I think it's training and education about getting down into watches and there being good personal contact between senior leaders and watches, and proper conversations happening, so not absent leadership, not invisible, taking the time to be in those spaces. But the truth is, it's a journey of change. The well-being offer, obviously, is important.
What about your senior team from 2 points of view? Do you, and Deputy Mayor may have a comment as well, do you think they're getting the right amount of scrutiny from yourself and the Deputy Mayor, and what's their morale like?
I think the level of scrutiny they're under is pretty severe, both externally and internally. But then, with the greatest respect to my colleagues who are directors, and I'm sure they're listening, they get paid good wages, and that's part of their role. Just as I expect to come here and to face difficult questions and provide transparent answers, I expect the same from my colleagues internally. And in the challenge of changing an organisation on the scale as we're trying to, there will be times where we don't get things right. And I have to hold them accountable. That is also part of my job as leading that team. So I think I'm pretty transparent and kind, but I am fairly robust as an individual. But I think that's what the London taxpayer expects as well, is that I hold my most senior people to hard account. And if people can't deliver, then they need to be helped to deliver. And we need to frame it that way, I'm afraid, because I think there is a great responsibility in senior leadership to do that. We're taking very large sums of public money and delivering a safely critical service on behalf of Londoners. That responsibility needs to be understood.
Okay, and one last question. You spoke to my colleague Nick earlier on about the cases you're going through and the pace at which you want them to happen. But of course, if one reads a cultural review and then sees the number of cases that are coming up, there's a disparity there. The cultural review was very, very bad. The number of cases that have been concluded or even been dealt with, because in your report you talk about a zero tolerance response to any kind of discrimination. I accept that your external provision is new, but do you expect the cases to speed up? Because, of course, part of people feeling like they've been listened to is actually seen in action. Do you expect the number of cases to grow and resolutions to be quicker?
Well, it's interesting to me that we've got recorded mutual resolution in 49 out of the 160 calls in since November. That's pace. So I think what we're doing is dealing with things that can be resolved sensibly and quickly at pace. With the more complex cases, we've got potentially allegations of very serious misbehaviour, including some that may indeed end up in kind of policing territory, then I'm reluctant to place kind of an arbitrary turnaround time on it, because some of them actually will involve police activity. I can say that now with some certainty, and I think I have to prepare both the Assembly and, as I did the FREP committee last week, there'll be more bad news to come, because when you're lifting the carpet on this stuff, you know, it's going to get worse before it gets better. We're going to unpick this bit by bit. So I think your challenge is absolutely right, that we've got to demonstrate we're doing this as efficiently and as fairly as possible. But I don't underestimate the scale of the challenge. That's an awful lot of complaints in a very short scale of time, and we must work through them properly, because, again, part of our failings in the past is, yes, we took too long, but also we didn't do it very well either. So, you know, we've got to do it properly, and if that takes a little bit longer in some cases, you know, again, I will come back and I will be transparent
so
about that.
The Assembly member also, sorry, cut me short if you're running out of time, but the Assembly member also made the point about the number of incidents sort of reported and recorded in the review. One of the discussions we had with Nazir was, could we have names of people who'd come forward so that they could be approached and protected, if you like, because actually we were concerned about some of the stories. As you can imagine, we would have liked the brigade to be able to be more proactive in offering people support. The condition people gave and the assurance they got when they came forward was that their names wouldn't be passed on, and actually the review team did go out to some people and ask them the sort of most severe cases and ask if their names could be given to the Commissioner's office so they could be given support when the report came out, and nobody wanted that to happen. So we are going to have to make sure that the process is seen to be effective, and we hope then that people will come forward. But that retrospective review of previous cases should also bring up some of those people through that sort of systematic going through. But unfortunately, it wasn't possible for the brigade to, for understandable reasons, to be honest, given the lack of trust, it wasn't possible for the brigade to get the names of those people, but we'd continue to encourage people to come forward. But it's a really good point. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, because I'm speaking to a number of firefighters, and that's one of the things they bring up. So hearing your words will be very good. And to the Deputy Commissioner, there is more bad news coming, but I think to the Commissioner, excuse me, but your openness will help you deal with them, if you see what I'm saying. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Assemblymember Bailey. Assemblymember Cooper.
Thank you very much, Chair, and it is very welcome to see you both again after the FREP meeting last week, but also it was a privilege to be at the 30, 40 and 50-year awards on the Friday, and it's that balance between us holding you to account, but also us supporting the brigade, which I'm never running into a burning building, and clearly, you know, that's what the brigade is there to do. I was going to start by asking some more general questions about climate change, but I'm not going to, because I think that's been covered off in your replies to Assemblymember Polanski and right at the beginning to Assemblymember Clark, the chair of the FREP committee. So I'm going to ask you some very specific things. If I could start with flooding, and we've talked about the brigade response to flooding. However, although it is a statutory responsibility in some parts of the country, in Wales and Scotland and Northern Ireland, responding to flooding is not a statutory responsibility for the London Fire Brigade, although you do. Do you think it would help if it was turned into a statutory responsibility? I'll start with the Deputy Mayor and then ask the Commissioner.
Yeah, I think absolutely. It's quite clear that it is a responsibility that the fire service undertakes throughout the UK, including those areas where it's not a statutory duty. I'm not clear why this isn't the case, and anything the Assembly can do to help make that case to government would be appreciated. It's actually, it's not necessarily just about the money, it's just about the clarity of role. But I think that there is an issue around the government sometimes assumes that it would automatically lead to more claims for more money, but it's always something that fire services prepare for and respond to on a regular basis.
Absolutely. I mean, we've just launched, Assembly Member Polanski has just launched, as the Chair of the Environment Committee, a report into flooding, and the complexity of all the players is ridiculous, but I think having the statutory responsibility clear would be helpful. Thank you. I'm going to move on to talk about barbecues and disposable barbecues in particular. And I'm going to, if you want to come in, but I'll start with the Fire Commissioner, if I may. Do you think that the government should actually ban these disposable barbecues, or is it just enough to have a public awareness campaign about how dangerous they are? And I represent Merton and Wandsworth, and in Mordenhall Park we had fires that caused by, I think, 5 disposable barbecues were recovered by the brigade.
Yeah, I'd like to see a ban on disposable barbecues in open spaces during periods of hot weather, but it's probably just easier to ban their use in open spaces. I haven't got a desire to stop Londoners enjoying open spaces. I know I'm going to get accused of, of ruining people's fun, but the reality was we saw enormous damage and the potential for loss of life caused by very, very, very serious fires that were started by disposable barbecues and their inappropriate use in public spaces. So I think it's one of those kind of occasions where I'm afraid, without the wish to control anyone's private life particularly, nor act in a kind of constraining way, you've always, in my position, got to balance risk to the public against personal freedom. And I think this is one of those cases where doing something quite simple might actually solve a lot of problems and a lot of cost, damage, potential loss of life.
Even when it's not significantly hot weather, 40 degrees, they actually burn at a really high temperature, which I don't think people understand, and they get left, and they also damage the environment all over the place. So they have been banned in some open spaces. Do you think they should, if we can't get a total ban on their sale, should there be a ban in all open spaces in London where they may be a risk of a fire, or do you think retailers should be asked to control their sale? I don't think it can just rely on public awareness.
I think it's their use. So where they get used is where you should focus, which is in open space, because that's where it presents the greatest challenge in terms of proportionality of risk. Because if you use it in your back garden and it catches fire, well, a normal barbecue can do that. All sorts of things can do that. Having a bonfire can do that. And actually, the scale of the risk to the rest of the community around you is there, but it's not enough to justify legislation. Whereas actually, if you look at a single barbecue being able to create a fire that can burn across 200 hectares and potentially take half a village out, then I think it's worth considering, yes. I think we did see good results with the publicity. To be fair to retailers, they acted responsibly.
Some have actually.
And we will repeat that process this year. We will be coming out with a similar campaign in advance of the summer.
Final question, which I have put to you before at one of the fire committee meetings, but given the 40-degree heat, do you think it's time for us to revisit the idea of having lightweight uniforms that are obviously fire retardant, but if we're asking firefighters to go into these extreme temperatures, don't we need to revisit the idea of having a second lighter weight uniform?
So part of the review of the incidents looked at all aspects of kit and personal protective equipment, and I know that one of the things that is likely to emerge from that is consideration of whether we're equipping people, in terms of their personal uniform for some of the things they faced in the summer.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Devenish, please.
Deputy Mayor, good morning. I wanted to ask you about the review on GLA group housing delivery by Lord Kerslake and the LFB's involvement in that, please. How many homes have the LFB built on their land in the last 3 years, and how many are they going to build this year, please?
I don't think there's been any built in the last 3 years, has there? We've got the West Hampstead cottages, but those were renovated. So I think you'll find that the answer probably isn't any in the last few years. And then obviously we've got 8 Albion Embankment, where we would hope that would go through at some stage in the next 3 years.
No, you are correct, Deputy Mayor. That's exactly the answer. You haven't built a single home in the last 3 years, and you haven't got any plans this year to build a single home. What was your response to Lord Kerslake's recommendations regarding LFB?
I thought it was an interesting report, and I've had previous conversations prior to the report with the Commissioner and the Head of Property at the LFB about how we can utilise the estate going forward where appropriate, bearing in mind that the principal purpose of fire stations is to house firefighters, and it's more likely that there'll be co-location opportunities for other emergency services than people being desperate to live above a fire station. There is a really good example at Millwall, if you're interested in seeing how it can work, but I think the terminology the Commissioner usually uses is that a fire station isn't a good neighbour.
I mean, I think your challenge is absolutely right. We've got 103 fire stations across London, and we've got to represent both value to Londoners, and that includes looking at housing. When we've done a proper asset survey now. So again, when I took over as Commissioner, we didn't have a full asset survey. It was underway, actually, when we spoke to Lord Kerslake. What that shows us, and I've got a very proactive Head of Property who would like to develop sites where she could, because frankly there is material benefit to both Londoners and the Fire Brigade in doing so. The reality is we're extraordinarily poor neighbours. Yes, we've got 103 fire stations. They're generally a very, very small footprint, so they're not viable. And Lord Kerslake recognised this. I did a series of interviews with him. They're generally not commercially viable to develop. Where we've got big sites, they're often in sensitive areas of development challenge, like Albion Embankment. I give you my commitment as Commissioner. There is no ideological opposition to this. The reality is our estate does not lend itself to it. He did acknowledge that, not least because we have to maintain a massive yard space out the back to trade.
Commissioner, that's a surprising statement, because I understand you have agreed that you are going to build 492 homes from next year onwards. So my question was going to be, which locations have been identified for these? When will we hear more about them? And how will you make sure you do it? But you seem to be not saying that to me. Is that not correct?
No, I'm not saying that to you, Assemblymember Devonish. What I'm saying is that our opportunities are limited. If you think about the scale of our estate...
Well, I think 492 homes, with respect, is not limited. That would be great for Londoners.
No, and I think most of it will centre on large sites that we're looking at. It's just I want to be, again, transparent to the committee that we haven't got lots and lots of sites. So I'm more than happy to write with the detail, but actually a lot of those numbers, for example, would be wrapped up in a successful development of 8 Albert Embankment because of the size of it. I mean, it's huge.
Well, I was going to come on to that, Commissioner. That's probably, in the industry, that project is known as being... what's the word for it? Not the best in class project, will probably be a polite way. It's gone on forever. It's still not been delivered. Have you got an update, please?
Yeah. So we're at a point where really, as far as I'm concerned, as London Fire Commissioner, we're at the end of the road. So I inherited a situation where we had over 10 years of planning failure, is the only way I can describe it. Part of that is about local interest. I think schemes that were poorly conceived in terms of understanding local opposition and needs. We've got proposals now sitting with a developer. I'm getting good support from colleagues within the Greater London Authority around recognising that fire stations, like housing, are a community asset. So whilst we need housing, and I don't want to kind of negatively impact the need for Londoners' housing, actually, from my point of view, I just need a fire station there because it is probably the most strategically important fire station in London. It protects the Houses of Parliament, all of the central government security zone, and thousands of very, very vulnerable residents back into Lambeth, one of the most populated places on earth. So my priority is actually to get the fire station rebuilt, and I'm beginning to be a bit more overt about my demands around that, which is I respect the need to build the right number of houses in that space, but it cannot be done, I'm afraid, at the cost of a fire station, because I need the fire station.
OK, on housing, I'll leave it there. I have one final question for the Deputy Mayor, and this is almost a lay person. I'm not, as you know, heavily involved in the scrutiny of the Fire Brigade in the way some of my colleagues are. But the question I've been asked by a number of my residents, why did it take nearly 6.5 years for these awful cultural issues to come out on Mr. Khan's watch?
So I'm very happy if you want to forward your questions from your constituents. What I'd say is that the Commissioner acted with some speed in terms of not just addressing the really tragic incident that happened to Jaden Francois Esprit and his tragic death. So it wasn't just taken in isolation, but actually went to look at the causes and underlying issues. And the Mayor supported him in putting in place an independent review, and will support him in pushing forward with the findings. But if any of your constituents have individual questions they want me to respond to, I'm happy to have correspondence forwarded to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm sure the members of Assembly want to join me in welcoming this school council from St Paul's Whitechapel School, England Primary School in Tar Hamlets. Welcome to Assembly. Okay, we are going to question by Assembly Member Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Deputy Mayor. Good morning, Commissioner. Commissioner, will the government's plans to introduce a threshold whereby residential buildings above 30 metres in height should be designed and built with two staircases be enough to protect Londoners?
I think it's a really excellent step forward, and it's probably a practical implementation of something that's difficult, because there's varying height thresholds all over the world. The reality is we do have to build buildings higher to cope with population growth, to provide the right amounts of housing and office space in a growing city, and therefore there's got to be a balance. There's got to be a balance about not discouraging progress in that built environment, but providing you know, the relevant safety measures within those buildings. I think that what's proposed by government and the Secretary of State is an entirely sensible place to begin that and see how it works in terms of implementation. So yeah, we very strongly support it. We welcome it.
Thank you. Commissioner, the LFB raised concerns about 129 single staircases proposed in planning applications across the capital in 2021. How many applications did you raise concerns about last year, and how do you currently feed into planning consultations that are more complex or potentially higher risk?
So actually that's a complicated answer. In terms of the numbers, I think we're going to need to write to you. So if it's okay, we do speak directly into those consultations, but part of actually the value of getting the building safety regulator in place is it gives us a much more direct voice in the process, which is why we welcome the changes and the establishment of the regulator, whilst obviously having a keen eye on the impact on our business, resources, and the kind of scale of what that regulator and we will face in London. But if we could write to you with the detail of the numbers and kind of the different places that we fit into the current planning process, because it's more than one, and it will differ building on building.
Thank you, and I look forward to that response. And my final question is to both of you. The LFB is not a statutory consultee at the planning application stage, and therefore does not need to be notified of any plans. Should the LFB be a statutory consultee? And I suspect I know what the answer is, but if we could just go into a bit of detail. So, Commissioner and then Deputy Mayor, please.
The answer is actually yes, with a caveat, because with statutory, in the scale of London, comes responsibility to deliver. So again, I think I would rather provide a full written answer which recognises the complexity of planning rules, what we think we can achieve, the fact that yes, we do think there should be a role baked in, but that comes with a very, very serious resourcing challenge. So I think what would be helpful would be to provide a brief actually that lays out the changes that are coming, the items within that we think are positive. So we think the 30 metres is positive. We probably would have preferred 18 metres, but we see 30 metres as a practical first step in implementation, and we're interested in exploring that range of risk between 18 and 13 metres, particularly around high risk occupancy or other types of building. You know, we're looking at our position on sprinklers, so you mitigate another area of risk. So I could give a really kind of yes-no answer here that wouldn't really do justice to the complexity of that as an issue, because depending on what you do in one space means that actually You might not need to do something else in another space.
Okay,
but we can write to you the detail.
Yeah, I think it's a few years since I've sort of commented on this publicly, but when I was asked about it previously, the point came up that being a statutory, having a statutory role in this process would imply that people actually had to take into account the views of the fire service, and it feels ridiculous to me that as part of the planning process, if the fire service says there's an issue with a building that is part of the process because they haven't got that statutory responsibility or role, that it doesn't necessarily then automatically get taken on board as part of the process. So I think that for me would be the advantage, but I think that you'll get a longer brief that will have more nuance from the Commissioner.
The answer is yes, but in doing so in London, where we've got 1 million, for example, we've got 1 million businesses located in premises. That's more than the rest of the UK. It's the resource, yeah. Because what I wouldn't want to be is a statutory respondee and then not give and act as a blocker or an obstacle to good planning and the progress of appropriate buildings, because we didn't have the resources to respond in a timely and competent way into that process.
Thank you both, and I look forward to the response. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assemblymember Best.
Thank you, Chair, and hopefully the school visit came at a good time for the questions and they might take some interest in these, so I'm glad you arrived for this. But I was looking more at the fact that I think that going forward with some of the issues we talked around, more and more tall buildings around London, more and more environmental challenge, prevention is not only the best way to tackle fires, but is going to be key to how we can manage fires in London. And with that in mind, it's the education point, and the fire cadets is a great way of achieving that. The fire cadets in London you can join at 13 years old. However, you can be a sea cadet at 10, you can be a police cadet at 10, you can join the army cadets at 12, and the air cadets at 12. Could you provide me with a good reason as to why it's 13, or alternatively, could you commit to reviewing the age, because that's a good few years of engagement that we'll leave losing there by not allowing students or children to join earlier than 13?
So I think it's a really good challenge and a really good question, and we'll go away and look at it. I think part of it is recognising that there's a national programme for fire cadets, so some of the kind of standards and thresholds we work to, because we're working to kind of what a nationally conceived model of fire cadets. There is differentiation between services, by the way, so I think we can go and look at it. I think it's a fair challenge.
Thank you, and you'd be happy to either write to me or the Assembly?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, brilliant. The other thing I wondered is whether you have an active register or any kind of knowledge of the ballpark figure of school visits that were undertaken in London in the last year.
Yeah, I've got it here. So we've got an active measure which challenges us to make sure we maintain that. Using the schools team, I think we made visited 165 participating schools. We delivered to approximately 14,200 children who participated in prevention, detection, escape workshops. The vast majority of those, obviously during COVID, some of this was done remotely, which isn't as effective at all. We're now back up to 85% of face-to-face visits, and we'll continue to grow that number.
Could I suggest that if you're interested in this aspect, we always encourage people to go out to fire stations, but there's nothing to stop you doing a visit. If there's a cadet cohort you want to go and see and talk to them about the cadets are a fantastic group of people, but equally if you want to go and see how the school visits work, I know that combining two interests, so combining a visit to a fire station with an activity might be something of interest to, well, not just you, but several of the Assembly members, and I think you'd find it quite interesting, as well as the sort of straight ballpark. This is the numbers, actually getting some of that qualitative understanding as well.
We've got a new structure for youth work, which is part of CRMP and has been introduced in line with the 22-23 academic year. But actually that coincides with a full-scale review of all our youth provision. So actually we'd be really interested in any kind of challenge and thoughts you might have, and we can arrange a meeting to specifically look at that.
Yeah, thank you. And I met with the Deputy Commissioner recently, and I'm actually still awaiting my invitation locally to do that. But I am very excited for when I do get my invitation. I will be excited to do that. Just as well, if I could, I don't expect, and if you do have it, also don't expect you to read it all out now. But could I have a breakdown of those 165 schools by borough, just to understand where the spread is across London? Thank you. The other bit I wanted to come onto was, and it follows on from what Assembly Member Ahmed was talking about, and it's feeding into the developments. And I know that it's such a difficult, like you say, push and pull as wanting to feed into those developments, but the sheer scale of that being fairly overwhelming. And something that it strikes me would be really important for the Fire Brigade in London to have involvement in the consultation of is when boroughs are developing their town centre frameworks, regeneration frameworks, local plans, 15-minute neighbours, all that sort of thing where you can build into the environment things like fire breaks, adequate access, but not necessarily those plans where, like you say, that is a sheer volume issue. How can you better do that work of being a part of, within boroughs, that wider strategy?
So I think we are, where we're doing it properly, and there is no reason for us not to be. We often sit on the relevant committees, and good borough commanders will be doing this. I think to build on that best practice, what we've done with the kind of launch of CRMP is to systemically bake that into the borough risk management plan process. So each borough commander now is responsible for determining the risk in their borough based on evidence, the partners they must work with to manage that risk, which will primarily involve the local authority and indeed business and kind of other public and third sector enterprises. So the answer is there's no barriers to us doing that now. It's more about us being consistent in how we apply ourselves borough in borough, and borough commanders doing that with a kind of consistent and professional approach, because there's absolutely a role for our borough commanders. In every single borough, they have access to those forums. Yeah. I've never seen anyone stopped. We need to be much clearer about our expectations with them, though, and then see it documented and evidence that work's been done.
Thanks. I think, that's right, and it's fair enough that I think there are some really good examples and politely some poor examples of that, good. And so it would be good to know how you're making sure that best practice rolls across London. The final question I had was just based on something a resident told me a few days ago, where they were really concerned about a new development and the block going up, and they just wanted to know the fire brigade's response and whether it was safe. Essentially, they were concerned that not only for the people in that new block, but if the flames jumped onto theirs. And they said they couldn't get a response at all. If someone's in that situation, and of course it causes a lot of anxiety, how best can somebody get reassurance that the fire brigade are aware of a block, it's safe, and that they can be assured that there's no risk to their neighbours or to them?
So I think their first port of call should be their local fire station, actually, because they're most likely to know the local geography of it. Obviously, you can make, if that's not easy for you, say you've got mobility issues or you'd rather email, we've got central contacts which are monitored all the time in terms of a response either being driven down to local officers to provide a response within timescales, or centrally if it's a question we need to answer centrally. But actually the place I think we need to get to with the London Fire Brigade is that resident would go to their local fire station or telephone their local fire station and say, look, I've got real concerns, can you provide me some advice? And could you kind of either come and have a look if I'm really concerned, or that we're able to manage that expectation. Very disappointed to hear they didn't get a response. So again, if you want to write and give me details, I will use it as a useful example to colleagues if somehow we've been deficient in response, to explain why actually each contact matters, because it does.
Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblymember McCartan, please.
Yes, thank you. My question is for both of you, actually, if I can. And I want to talk about sprinklers. I know you've got some very firm views on this. And perhaps if I could just continue the point that my colleague Emma Best was making around education. And obviously the London Fire Brigade have long asked the government to make sprinklers mandatory in school buildings. And I know that you have recently written and asking for the guidance to be updated to make it mandatory. At the moment, although it is guidance, most new schools are put up with cost being cited as the reason why sprinklers are not put in. Do you think there's any hope that the government will listen, both to yourself, but I know Derbyshire's really pushing on this as well, and make it mandatory? Whoever's best to answer.
I think we can both answer on this. I think I think that I would hope the government would listen, and I think the evidence is there that the disruption to children, even if there's not a significant risk to life, that the disruption to children of a school burning down or part of a school burning down is considerable, and the cost of that far outweighs the cost. In the scheme of a build, sprinklers are not the biggest issue, and it shouldn't necessarily prevent us having that as guidance. It feels completely counterintuitive to me that we know that sprinklers would make a massive difference if they were in new schools, and we're still not getting them put in as standard.
And Commissioner, when you answer, can I ask you? I think there was 102 school fires last year in our city, and yet I believe that schools then do not retrofit afterwards. And so I want to know what guidance you do when you do give to schools when they have had that
We're
issue.
really clear that wherever possible, they should retrofit sprinklers, because actually, although there is a cost, when you look at it in the context of insurable loss, or even your insurance premiums, actually, in the end, it pays for itself. It just takes time for that investment to mature. And I would widen this beyond schools. I mean, we'd like to see sprinklers in all care homes, regardless of height.
I was going to ask you about that as well.
Because there are two areas, particularly, the most vulnerable in the society, our youngest, our eldest, our most infirm. Why wouldn't you do it? So I think the cost argument is poorly made. There are far more expensive things to do to buildings than either retrofit or install at point of development sprinklers.
Yeah. And Commissioner, I think you've recently called to updated guidance on evacuation procedures for children with additional and special needs. And I'm just wondering, what was your concern there, and why does that guidance need to be updated?
Because I think it doesn't hold enough clarity in the detail around how people have responsibility for the most vulnerable would practically implement an evacuation. So it's coming from a practical point of view, which is, it's not that guidance doesn't exist, but it's just that we need to do better with it. That's the reasoning behind it. But again, we're happy to write and provide further detail as to the reasons why we would want that.
Thank you. And then my final question, again, quickly if you can, is that we've talked about staircases in taller buildings, but again with sprinklers, as I understand it, and the Mayor's been very clear of this, that over a certain height you do require, and below you don't. Should all buildings require sprinklers, all blocks, I should say?
In terms of high-rise blocks, I think we'd rather see that, but again, there is something about what's practically achievable in this context. But certainly the highest risk buildings, those with the highest occupancy rates, if you want to talk about mitigation for those buildings between 18 and 30 metres, if we're setting a threshold for 2 staircases at 30 metres, actually there is a question for me about that space between 18 and 30, as the common definition of a high-rise in the UK is an 18-metre building. Actually is a cheaper way of mitigating those buildings that don't require a second staircase, but we still think present a risk. Is sprinklers another way of mitigating that? It won't come as any surprise to you that as London Fire Commissioner that would we like to see a wider use of sprinklers? Yes.
Yeah, we just need movement from government. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Mwami, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to both of you. Good morning. My favourite bit of today was hearing the Commissioner say that people need to stop building shoddy buildings and they should fill the fire cavity, and they should stop leaving the fire cavities and putting a pretty skin on it. I think many campaigners would agree with you, as will lots of people affected by the building safety crisis. But my question is about what the Fire Brigade is doing to meet its net zero targets. We are very close to 2030, and I know that you've got you've done some work around a climate budget, just how that's going to help you achieve your targets, and are you on track to meet your targets?
So we're committed to meeting the Mayor's net zero target, not least because, you know, we've talked earlier about actually the impact on firefighters of climate change. So I think you can't really criticise others if you aren't taking a leadership role yourself. So we've got a plan where it is costed, and we need inward investment really. But I have to say that applies across the whole carbon reduction sector, doesn't it? Because it's the resourcing and financial implications, because you are talking about a completely new infrastructure, for example, for an electric fleet of fire engines. So we've done the proactive work. We're the first service in the world to produce a prototype all-electric, you know, fire engine that works in the context of pumping, and we're piloting and testing it now, and those results look good. But we need the charging points in every fire station. We need priority of emergency services to the power network, which probably isn't sufficient at the moment if everyone does what they say they're planning to do in terms of carbon reduction. And it requires significant inward funding, whether through kind of a kind of sensibly managed green loan process or direct funding, if we are as a country going to keep to kind of central government's own aims around this. So I think it's a mixture of regional, central government support, recognition that all big organisations, if they're going to do this, probably need investment to do it, because it's a matter of physical infrastructure. But I have to say we are committing large funds to that. You know, our capital plan already includes £92.7 million worth of spending on transport to get us as close as possible to it, 9.2 million on property. Does that give you some sort of sense of both the challenge and what we're doing?
It does. That is helpful. I mean, I guess it would be helpful, I think, to understand that. So you have got your plan, which is costed, but what is left that is unfunded, and what is needed to fill that gap in order for you to, you know, I've read, and it seems that you would be able to meet reduce your emissions by about 78%. On the 2015-16 numbers, if that gap was filled, what's the magnitude of that in order to meet that?
Significant, but I think again it's across a range of areas, because we've got a number of options which take us in stages closer to that target. So it's probably better to write to you with all of the figures. I haven't got the breakdown of all the figures in front of me, but it's significant. You know, it's in the tens of millions.
Thank you. And then my final question is back to the point about building safety, I represent a part of London where high-rises are the norm, and there has been intensive building. Land values used to be low once upon a time, and they're not anymore. But I wonder where we are with the, I'm trying to not break confidences, but where we are with the building safety regulator, and what does that mean in practical terms for those areas which are at medium to high risk based on the construction of existing buildings, and what people can practically do, what Londoners can do to actually get to the bottom of, once a problem has been identified, who is going to follow the fire brigade's guidance and fix the problem, and importantly pay for it.
In the end, it all comes back to the developers and responsible person. Whatever structure you've got that lays over the top in terms of regulation and accountability driven by either regional or national government, or us as effectively a form of a regulator, it all comes down in the end to the people who own and manage buildings, because they're the ones who have recourse to the income that comes from those, either by way of sale or rent. And actually, it doesn't matter whether you're a council or whether you're a private provider. That's still the model, isn't it? So actually, in the end, it comes down to that. The only people who can fix the built environment in London in the end are the people who build and maintain buildings. We have a very important role in terms of holding people to account and doing as much as we can with the resources we've got, as will the new building safety regulator. But truthfully, in the context of one of the most densely populated places on earth, so if you look at the centre of London, some of the parts of your borough, they are 30 times more densely populated than other comparative areas in the UK. That's the scale of this. It is millions of buildings. So there is not a regulator, nor a governmental body in existence that can lift under the skin of every building, nor take responsibility for driving that change forward. It has to be to the people who build them and manage them. What we have to do is use all the pressures, all the levers we can through a robust kind of audit process and a regulatory process to encourage them to get there.
Okay. And just before I hand back to the Chair, if it does exist, if the Fire Brigade has particular information or a view around owners but also managing agents and their roles in how to mitigate or resolve the building safety crisis, that would be really helpful, I think, to expand understanding and what people can do.
Yeah, and we think about this all the time, and again, credit to DLUC, we've started to take a more kind of aggressively focused approach on high-risk buildings, where actually we'll be in a room with the responsible person, central government officials, local planning authority, and, you know, and they're then getting that pressure from all three parties. You know, DLUC, I was really encouraged, actually. Richard Goodman, who's the lead civil servant there, he's been out on the ground repeatedly with our people, so he can see the difficulties of how we're having to operate, the scale of the challenge, the lack of competency in the sector around fire safety inspection, you know, because we're the biggest users of fire safety inspectors in the country, and we are constantly having them poached, you know, and constantly having to train new ones. So actually, I think there's a growing awareness that this is a cross-politics, societal issue, where there's a real drive from almost everyone I meet in the political spectrum to tackle with it. I think what I have to fairly reflect is there's goodwill in all areas on this, but it's a very, very difficult challenge to resolve because of the legacy of very poor building, some fairly cavalier behaviours on building sites, as far as I can see, from what we unpick continuously, and that will take probably, you know, it's generational change to resolve.
Assembly Member Desai.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Commissioner, I have a couple of questions for you about the Community Risk Management Plan. So, Commissioner, how will this plan ensure that the London Fire Brigade is fit for the challenges of modern firefighting?
For modern firefighting, primarily through a constantly reviewed approach to operational risk. So, apologies.
Sorry.
Yeah, so underpinning the CRMP is an operational risk assessment, basically, for the whole of London, which we come back to on a yearly basis to review. That's really what has to drive your operational activity, because what you don't want to do is commit resources to a risk that doesn't exist. So it's about gathering all the evidence to both physically locate and then appropriately train and equip our people to meet that. And that process has revealed emerging risks. It's revealed the emerging risk of alternate energy storage, you know, scooters, bikes, domestic storage of energy. It has revealed through evidence, both in terms of call data and the impact of incidents, the risk of climate change. You know, it through our work with colleagues in the intelligence and policing communities, it reveals we still have a very, very real risk of terrorist incidents in London. So the way that the CRMP works is our legal promise to London to deliver a fire and rescue service is based on that evidence. And we review that on a yearly basis. And actually, because that's a continuous process anyway, to gather information on that scale, if something emerges quickly, we would reflect it in change. The CRMP is a broad enough framework document to allow us to do that and keep it kind of live and organic.
Thank you. So the CRMP was published on the 1st of January this year, and I understand there's also a delivery plan. When do you intend to publish this delivery plan, and what's the reason for the delay?
So we have a delivery plan, but again, I'll write back to you in terms of timescales, because I think we've been clear about what we are doing, but you know, again, if we've not been able to successfully communicate that, full respect to the question, and we'll write back to you in terms of publishing what we think we're doing within the context of the year ahead and frame within that plan.
Okay, so my understanding is that it's not been published, but yeah, if you can write back to me.
I'm just looking at my team now in terms of making sure that we publish that within the deadlines that we'd promised, because I certainly wasn't aware that we were behind the curve on that.
Yeah. I mean, this is not a criticism, just to clarify the situation.
It might be a fair one, to be fair. So I'm going to go away and
I'll wait for your answer.
Go away and check and make sure we give you a proper answer.
Thank you. And my final question, Commissioner, again, is you published the, quote, measuring a success, unquote, document back in May 2022 that contained a set of key performance indicators, KPIs, which allow Londoners to understand your progress against the commitments in the CRMP. When are you planning to publish the final list of KPIs?
Again, I think I'll go back to the previous answer. We have got a deadline set on it. I haven't got it set in front of me because there's a number of things within the CRMP where we've promised to release information, and the performance measure piece is particularly important. I know that we've come to basically the final point of determining what we think they were, because I've been looking at a series of workshops that have run across the past year, both with communities, you know, internal to the London Fire Brigade and other stakeholders to determine what the most useful measures are. So we could write back with that deadline. We'll provide that clarity.
Thank you. And again, just like many Assembly members here, I'm not that involved with the scrutiny of the fire service. So can I take this opportunity to thank you, thank all your officers through you for all the work that they're doing, particularly in my constituency of City and East London. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now Assembly Member Duval.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to go to the capital budget and projects. There's been, look, most large organisations have a problem with their capital budgets. Yours has been described as over-optimism. What's the question I wanted to pose? It may be to you, Commissioner, if you could answer briefly. Have you got bottomed out what you can control and what is your responsibilities to external factors that you have no control over? Because the projects contained in your capital project are pretty essential, high priorities for you and the brigade to have at your disposal to serve Londoners. Is that correct?
Yes, it is, but what I also wouldn't do is defend what I think was over-optimism in the capital budget. I thought it was fairly unacceptable that we'd presented something that then, we then saw that level of variation in it. So yeah, there are challenges, both in terms of supply chain, inflation, the difficulty certainly of getting some projects off the ground where they're large scale, because you're working with a range of stakeholders and partners, and they're always just within the boundaries of your own organisation. But actually, we need to do better. So we've improved our financial management considerably. So, I mean, it's sad to say, but actually 23-24 is the first time I've been able to present a balanced budget, because we'd actually taken proper account of our finances. That has actually become as a result of whole-scale change in leadership in there, a completely different approach, having to build in new structures such as the investment and finance board. So when I took over as Commissioner, we only looked at finance twice a year formally inside the London Fire Brigade, aligned to the GLA budget piece. And I know the Deputy Mayor won't have been aware of that. I know that colleagues within the Assembly wouldn't have been, because they would not have been comfortable with it. We now look at it monthly. So that's a very simple change, and that's what helped us to get a grip of the revenue budget. Obviously, capital budgets are planned years before in that era, so we're now unpicking all of these things. We're doing deep dives on IT, on property, on operational policy where there's big spends, but it's taking time to work through and really provide challenge internally to where colleagues have either been overly optimistic about their ability to spend or haven't taken right account of the risks. So it's an ongoing process, but I do not expect to repeat that level of predictive variation again. I've broadcast that back in fairly clearly.
I think you've managed to ask a question that David Bellamy and myself actually put to the Commissioner 2 days ago in our regular meeting on finance. I don't think it's over-optimism. I think it's been a historic lack of understanding about the programme and project management piece, which is part of the work that Fiona Dolman, the Director of Transformation, is bringing in. If you don't understand how to manage projects or do that programme management piece, you're basically, I think, the some of the capital budget predictions were best guesses rather than sort of accurate assessment. And as the Commissioner said, it's not acceptable, and we'll continue to have those conversations and expect to come back with a better answer next year.
Actually, I can give you, I think where I can give you some assurances, we've unpicked it. So we won't wait until we got to this kind of committee, frankly, because we knew it was an issue for us. I'll give you an example. So RPE, so that's breathing apparatus, that was an £8.1 million slippage to 23-24 because of legal challenge and global supply chain issues. Fleet and equipment, 1.8 million due to global chassis supplier delays. Communications of 1.2 million due to the delay in the redevelopment of 8 Albert embankments. So the planning process has been very costly, and now we're committing money to keep the building standing. control and mobilising systems projects slippage of 3.2 million due to additional market analysis and availability of procurement resources. So that's a lot of that is our planning and our internal resourcing this, thinking about how much it would really cost. You know, the wrong spec on an operational risk database, so slippage there. Some actually ones that are recognisable in the context of inflation and supply. So Plumstead Fire Station project, slippage of 2.3 million because inflation's going like that. And over the process of the tender, that what was tendered was then exceeded by the reality of cost at that point. So you know, I've got other examples. We're doing the analysis, but it's not a situation I want to be in again, any more than it was when I went to Budget and Performance Committee before we delivered a balanced budget, and quite right, it was held to account over our use of reserves and lack of clarity around financial planning. You know, we are in the process of resolving that, and we'll demonstrate so.
Can I just say, I mean, this is. I don't want to say so, and I don't eat praise, but since you two have been in position, we have uncovered stuff that maybe we've known and stuff that we haven't known, and actually, for the first time, around the table, forget sometimes the point scoring that's made around the table, honourable exceptions, that we have actually feel that we've got a grip of some of the issues facing the fire service and providing the service there. And I want to say thank you to you about that. I don't want to say it's all done and dusted and we're on the way.
No.
We've got lots of challenges there where we are. I suppose my final question is look, on special measures, right, you can't say this, but I do think the Inspectorate, quite frankly, I've tried to look at where the Inspectorate highlighted some of the cultural challenges in the past. I couldn't find that. Right, so for them to take your piece of work and then bang you over the head and add to the special measures issue, I find a bit galling. I understand why they've done it and the processes we're in, but I think the important thing is, are we going to be fairly treated when you come for your reassessment around special measures? Because I want to say this. You've given us confidence around coming out of special measures in a way that others wouldn't have done it. And I want to say thank you for both of you, both politically and professionally, to do that, because we were in a mess. And it wasn't under Sadiq Khan's watch. It's been a mess historically for a number of years.
You're well over time now.
Thank you.
You
don't have to answer that.
I don't think I have any time to answer that.
40 seconds over.
Okay. Okay, look, we've now reached the end of the question and answer session. Thank you to both our guests for the answers today. The Assembly has some further business to deal with, but our guests can leave if they so wish. Okay.
Thank you very much.
But welcome to stay if you want to.
Your motion, so we might leave, but thank you.
Thank you very much. We're grateful to your time today and your questions. Thank you.
Okay. Can I ask the Assembly to agree the motion and set out on the agenda in my name, namely that the Assembly notes the answers to the questions asked? Agreed. Will the Assembly agree to suspend Order 2.9a in accordance with the provision of Standing Order 1.1h in order to allow the remaining business on the agenda to be completed? Okay. I would like to propose that the Assembly now adjourn for 1 hour and return at 1:17 before continuing the remaining business of the agenda. Are Assembly members in agreement?
Put it to the vote, Chair.
Okay, look, I don't mind but I would like, for the sake of some other members, that we decide this before we come to the Assembly, because I as Chair, for example, have some commitments which I may not be able to move right, but I have commitment on the basis that we will have in 1 hour. And some members have said, so can we please, for the future, rather than proposing it in the session here, agree beforehand on what the group is going to be?
Chair, I was consulted before this meeting and I said 30 minutes and no one come back to me to say otherwise. I thought other group leaders had been consulted to say 30 minutes and that was the proposal.
Chair, I agree completely.
Completely. Can I just say, apologies to you, Chair, but that wasn't what I was
Okay,
told.
well, I, as chair, I would like to be told beforehand, please.
Sure.
Because I don't want something to be sprung on, because I have things to do in my hour, right, which I planned.
No, you speak so, I do.
Can we have a vote?
Okay.
But if the chair can't come back...
Hang on. I am still the chair till next AGM. And I am going to reach a compromise, as all good chairs do. We're going to go for 45 minutes. Good afternoon. We want to carry on with part 2 of the plenary session meeting. In accordance with the Standing Order 4.2a and following discussions with Assembly Party groups, I've agreed to vary the time limit for speeches for the remainder of this meeting, so that the mover of a motion or amendment may speak up to 3 minutes, the seconder of a motion or amendment may speak for up to 2 minutes, and any other speeches may last up to 2 minutes. The first motion, I understand, is good to be moved by Assemblymember Plenary. It's on Iran, but it's an altered version he wants to move.
Thank you, Chair. Last month, I attended a rally in Trafalgar Square where thousands of people attended around challenging the Iranian regime. These protests have sparked all across Iran and have become known as Woman, Life, Freedom. It was a cross-party rally, and there were lots of people not from parties there too. Amnesty International, Liberty, Munira Wilson from the Lib Dems spoke. I know Nadia Whittamy has supported, and James Cleverly has spoken recently in support too. It's really important that the Iranian people know that Britain is watching. Iran have interests internationally, they have a presence internationally, and they must answer internationally too. Now, it's always really important when we talk about other countries around the world that we do so with caution and with care. But the Iranian people are literally asking us to be their voice. No one should live a life where they are subject to abuse from their government. And the Iranian people are all entitled to democracy, to govern themselves, and the right to free expression and to assembly. This motion is calling on the Mayor and the Chair of the Assembly to write to the government to call on a halt on all of these executions. The motion is grimly amended because when we originally wrote it, it has a list of people who were up for execution. And very tragically, several of those have now been executed. This shows the urgency of the crisis that we are facing. And finally, I would say this as a non-party political point, but Caroline Lucas has co-sponsored political prisoners, Mohammed Gobadalu and Elham Modaresi. I would encourage any of us with contacts with MPs, whether in London or around the UK, to talk to our MPs and ask them to co-sponsor political prisoners too. The situation is dire. Please support this motion.
Thank you. I have Assembly Member Memi to second.
I'd like to reserve my right to speak, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I have an indication from Assemblymember Bukhari who wishes to speak.
Thank you. Iran is a beautiful country. It's got a beautiful history and wonderful food, so many wonderful things that I'd rather be talking about, but I can't help but feel absolutely devastated that the people in Iran are suffering. But this is a just fight that is needed for the change in their country. The protest for human rights, for women's rights, are rights many of us value. The fact that I'm a Muslim woman that has chosen not to wear the hijab is my right in this country, but it's also in Islam too. And equally, the same would be the case if I decided to wear the hijab. The choice is mine, and that is what the women in Iraq are asking for, freedom to choose. And yet the fight for freedom has resulted in over 500 demonstrators being killed and over 20,000 demonstrators being arrested. We agree that with this motion, and the government must do all they can to halt these executions. We also welcome the government's decision to follow the lead of the United States and Canada to sanction Iran's morality police in response to these events. But the government must now take further steps. Maintaining access to the independent media in Iran is vital. The BBC World Service, including BBC Persia Radio, are vital lifelines in situations like this, and reports that the World Service is planning to close its Persia radio station are deeply worrying and concerning, and the government must put forward an emergency funding for the World Service, as they did in Ukraine earlier this year, in Iran as well. And the Liberal Democrats are also very conscious that if difficulties in Iran escalate, then we may be in a position where we would have to offer safe refuge for women in Iran. We really do want to make sure there's a resettlement scheme for Iranian women that start now, so that we do not repeat any errors that previous schemes have had. It's times like this that I'm very grateful for the freedoms that I have as a Muslim woman. We need to make sure that these freedoms are universal, and I stand with our Iranian brothers and sisters who deserve that same privilege that we have.
Thank you. Any other Assembly members? Okay, Assemblymember Miami.
Thank you, and I want to thank Assembly Member Polansky for bringing this motion today. And the Labour Group is going to be supporting your very urgent and well rehearsed calls. So it's vital that we use our democratic freedoms and the platforms that we have here as Assembly members to call out the abuses of human rights and do what we can to support change, whether it's here or overseas. And what changes can be more important than trying to prevent state execution against political prisoners? It's something which is very close to my heart, having had family members of my own in similar situations in a different country. Amnesty and others have led a campaign condemning what have been widely condemned as unfair sham trials held against those prosecuted in connection to protests which started last year in September. It's really important in discussing this motion that we, or agreeing hopefully to support it, that we take the time to recognise and remember the origins of these protests, which were the killing of 22-year-old Masha Amini on the 16th of September. Masha died in a hospital in Tehran after the police arrested her for allegedly not wearing the hijab in accordance with government standards. And the Law Enforcement Command of the Islamic Republic of Iran stated that she had a heart attack at a police station, allegedly collapsed and fell into a coma before being transferred to hospital. But eyewitnesses, including many women who were detained with Amini, reported that she was severely beaten and that she died as a result of police brutality, which was denied by the Iranian authorities. Amini's death has resulted in a series of protests taking place throughout the country, and protests for their basic human rights. Iranians deserve to live free from violence and intimidation, the same as we do here in London. The government and security forces have cracked down on protests and wider civil society as a result of the challenges from members of the public and civil society in Iran, and many are facing the death penalty. So the fact that, as Assembly Member Polansky said,
Assembly Member, can you
Sure, two more
wrap up,
sentences,
please?
I promise. The fact that Assembly Member Polansky has had to check names really just does show that this is an ongoing live situation, and I'm really confident that this will receive cross-party support and show the Assembly's and London's commitment to human rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Polansky to wrap up.
I just want to say thank you both to Assembly Member Moema and Assembly Member Bakhari with two powerful contributions there. Thank you.
All those in favour of the motion?
That's unanimous, Chair.
That's unanimous. Thank you very much. The next motion is to be moved. The altered version is to be moved by Assembly Member Desai.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, before I start, you'll have seen that we have amended a motion to reflect the latest cabinet reshuffle. At times, it is hard to keep up with the ever-changing nature of prime ministers and ministers of this government, but we do try our best. Firstly, let me be very clear what this motion is about. It is not, I repeat not, what you think about striking as a way to resolve industrial disputes. It is not about the merits and demerits of strike action, but whether it is wrong to outlaw what is a fundamental right to withdraw one's labour using legitimate channels to do so. Even Mrs. Thatcher, in spite of often bitter disputes, and I've checked this out, never used this nuclear option. This minimum services level bill, dubbed by many as sacked nurses and teachers bill, or as I call it, the maximum exploitation levels bill, is clearly setting the wrong agenda. So let me directly address the concerns, and in some cases myths and distortions of reality, some intentionally, to justify why this bill is necessary. The first, amongst other issues, is that patients' lives may be at risk. This is an outright lie and an insult to those who we were clapping the nurses, I'm thinking of here, not that long ago. All health unions have designated procedures to ensure that emergency cases are not ignored and there's no risk to life. To give you a concrete example, NEOM unison members, ambulance staff just down the dock at NEOM Dockside, where they are based, have asked supporters not to come in numbers to their picket lines in case they have an emergency, and they also have detailed agreements to cover with management in the event of a call-out. What has really happened is that the government has lost control of the NHS, and this bill is a desperate attempt to shift the blame onto hard-working healthcare workers who are struggling with the cost of living crisis. So this brings me to the crux of the argument. Why are we having this unprecedented wave of strikes? Strikes which have been properly called, following due procedure, and in a framework accommodating the most restrictive employment laws in Western Europe, and strikes with great public support. In all my decades of public life, and having seen and been involved in these industrial disputes from the Greenwich strike in northwest London in 1977-78 to today's strikes, I've never seen such public support. It's the cost of living crisis, which is also the low wages crisis, that has led to this unparalleled situation, with even nurses and the Royal College of Nursing striking for the first time in their history. It requires a political genius that defies logic to arrive at such a situation, and one here arising from a dogma of the ultras now shaping the course of this government. Public sector workers like the ambulance nurses, and as we heard this morning from the Deputy Mayor for Fire and Resilience, firefighters are using food banks. Workers in Amazon are being offered a derisory 50p an hour wage increase. Let us not be hypocritical. If you care for key workers, then stand up for them and their fair pay claim, and stop attacking their right to withdraw their labour. It is the government's refusal to sit down and talk directly to the unions, unlike the devolved bodies in Scotland and Wales, that is responsible for this stalemate and the public suffering. Our key workers who kept us going in the pandemic are now paying for it, is now accepted as an increasingly shambolic, dysfunctional and directional government. So support this bill, this motion, I would say. The strikes are about protecting and announcing public services as well as pay and morale. If you value public services and workers, then support them and their right to strike. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the view mustn't be that because I've started, I must finish, right? But be timeful. I mean, look, I have all the evening to be here, but I think it's you guys who decided on these time limits. So let's stick to them, please. Assembly Member McCartney to second.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and I fully support this motion. And I think there's something ironic about a failing government proposing minimum service levels when it can't maintain them itself. A government that has underfunded our public services for the last decade, they are in crisis, and that's the actual cause of the recent industrial dispute that we're seeing. Nurses, teachers, ambulance workers have had a real terms pay cut over that time, more now acute due to high inflation and rising prices. They are standing up and saying enough is enough, not only on their own pay, but also on working conditions. In the NHS, we have 133,000 vacancies. Nurses and other NHS staff are working with unacceptable workloads affecting patient safety as a matter of course. We have schools struggling to recruit and retain teachers. Class sizes are rising, teaching assistants' hours are being cut, and there's insufficient funds for resources. We have ambulances waiting outside hospitals, unable to offload patients due to lack of staff and beds. And the government's answer? Well, it's not to sort out these problems, but it's to further restrict the right to strike. And that will not solve any problem. And many actually think it will make strikes more difficult and result in more strikes. It means that union officials can be forced to cross picket lines that they themselves have organised. It means union members will not be able to take part in strikes they voted for. It's a further erosion of workers' rights, a last gasp from a government in its death throes. And this is also a further restriction on freedom of association and assembly, but it's also undemocratic because it transfers to the Secretary of State vast powers to decide the minimum levels required. And there will be, and there has been, a lack of parliamentary scrutiny. And during that, the government have not produced any evidence that this is needed. There is already limit life cover negotiated before every dispute, and that's operated well. And as we've heard, I want to finish really just by commenting on what Andy Rowe, the Commissioner Fire, said today. He said it's important that in leadership you stand up and ensure your workers are paid properly and are recognised for the work they do, and how it's important they stand up for fair pay and better conditions. We need our government leaders to do the same.
Thank you, Senator McCartney. I have 3 members who want to contribute, but the first one is Assembly Member Pigeon, please.
Thank Thank you very much. The Liberal Democrats support and indeed wish to strengthen the ability of unions to represent workers effectively in the modern economy. And our concern with the Strikes Minimum Service Levels Bill is that it addresses the wrong side of the equation. We all want not just minimum standards of service, but high standards of service, especially in the important core sectors identified in the bill. But that's just the point. In today's UK, we don't need a strike to reduce services to unacceptably low levels. Quite frankly, the government has already done the job. The government would be better advised to focus on improving levels of service all year round. And this bill represents political grandstanding, a distraction from the mismanagement of the economy and failure to avert strikes in the first place. The best way to avoid disruption is to prevent these strikes from happening, and that means the government getting round the table with staff and employers to find a solution. Now, in the House of Commons, my Lib Dem colleagues have tried to block the bill at second reading, and they tabled a reasoned amendment acknowledging the need for vital services to be available, but rejected the wide scope of matters covered by the bill, the lack of clarity as to what a minimum level of service might look like, the excess powers it gives to ministers, that's already been highlighted, the fact it will do nothing to improve industrial relations, and it does nothing to resolve the crisis in the NHS and other public services. So we support the motion that's before us today. The government should be improving vital public services and work to improve industrial relations in the public sector, and it should accept its own responsibility to avert strike action, not through legislative obstacles but through fair pay. So we are very happy to support this motion today.
Thank you, and thank you very much for sticking to the time. Assemblymember Rogers.
Thank you, Chair. Every day there is a strike, it causes huge misery and inconvenience to Londoners. So said mayoral candidate Sadiq Khan whilst promising 0 days of strikes. Warm but hollow words, because we've since had over 100 TfL strikes, which are now seriously damaging London's economic recovery. But despite this, the Mayor consistently opposes any changes to mitigate the damage strikes do to the city he purports to lead, whether it's our proposals for binding pendulum arbitration or support and turnout thresholds for strike action. He's shown that he is not interested in any reform whatsoever. This bill, if it passes, will help mitigate the impact of strikes on Londoners, ensuring that people can still go about their businesses. In pushing this legislation forward, the government is showing itself to be on the side of hard-working Londoners, unlike the Mayor, who is clearly reluctant to challenge the unions and stand up for the city. We will not be supporting this motion, which is a smokescreen for the inaction of a Labour Mayor.
Hear, hear.
Next contribution is from Assemblymember Russell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Assemblymember Desai, for bringing forward this very important motion. Now, the government shows with the awful minimum services level bill that they have no regard for the workers who got us through the pandemic. NHS workers, for example, already maintain safety critical services while striking, and are striking because it is so hard to actually deliver minimum services safely in their current jobs. They are sounding the alarm. Speaking to nurses on the picket line at St Thomas's and at UCH recently, it was clear that striking is their last resort. The right to strike is a fundamental right, hard won by the Labour movement, and must be protected. Greens have a long-standing record of championing trade union priorities, including the right to strike. And our group will be voting for this motion to show Londoners that we oppose this dangerous and authoritarian legislation and stand with striking workers. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other contributions? Yeah. Okay, may I ask Assemblymember Desai to sum up, please?
I will, Chair. I think I've got 2 minutes. So, look, 2 points here. Firstly, there's overwhelming level of public support for these strikes. As I say, in all my time in public life, I've never seen such support. And really, this is a national issue, demanding national answers from the government. It's the government's refusal to talk to the unions that is a problem. And as various general secretaries have said, the government has simply not engaged with them, and that's what they're waiting for. So it's no point in actually blaming the Mayor of London. It's actually the national government and their failure to engage with the trade unions. Can I just say, today the UCU are on strike, University College, the union representing lecturers. Since 2009, their staff have seen their pay fall 25% by inflation. 1/3 of all their staff are on precarious contracts, and pensions are being cut by 35%. All whilst UK universities are generating record levels of income. And as I said earlier, those are the issues here. A crisis not just of cost of living, but also of low wages. So I would urge colleagues here to support the motion. If you value our public workers, the work that they've done, I mean, Assemblymember Best, when she was on the Sunday Politics show, was the voice of reason. She didn't oppose the strikes at all. So, I would urge you at the very least to abstain, Assemblymember Best. That was a great performance. And so you did not condemn the strikes at all. You had the greatest sympathy for them. So I expect you at the very least to abstain. So colleagues, these are serious issues. I think Assemblymember Pajan has outlined the position of the Lib Dems, Assemblymember Russell, and address the root causes of why people are going on strike. They strike as a last resort. They don't want to strike. The Royal College of Nursing, nurses of all people, are actually out on strike. That shows the depth of the crisis we have. Colleagues, support this motion.
Thank you. We'll now put this to the motion. This is the motion in the name of Assemblymember Desai and Jerome Carney. All those in favour of the motion?
Yes. Is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 in favour, Chair.
All those against?
Abstaining. That's 8 against, Chair.
Okay.
I'm so disappointed, Assemblymember Best.
Okay. Okay. So the motion is carried. The next motion is on International Day to Combat Islamophobia. It's being moved by Assemblymember Hirani.
Thank you, Chair. March the 15th is the UN International Day to Combat Islamophobia. This resolution was made, of course, to remember the 51 victims of the Christchurch mosque shooting in New Zealand, and to call on all countries across the globe to help tackle the scourge of Islamophobia. I'm bringing this motion before the Assembly to highlight the ongoing epidemic of hatred, as the United Nations calls it, that Muslims around the world, including here in London, face throughout their lives. We have seen a rise in hate crime, both online and in person, and discrimination in this country in recent years comes across in many different types and affects many different groups and people of different backgrounds. This is, of course, no different for the Muslim community, and statistics show that Islamophobia has risen by around 12% since 2018-2019, and despite being already the single most targeted religion from hate crime and discrimination in the United Kingdom, accounting for 42% of all religiously motivated crime in this country. This increase in reported Islamophobia and hate crime is partly explained by better recording, of course, and whilst this is a positive step, it is still reflective of the scale of the issue that we are dealing with, and the shocking reality that Muslims face in this kind of abuse on a daily basis. Tackling Islamophobia means tackling everyday prejudices, and the prejudices that we see are so pervasive in this country and can often fuel hate crime. It involves listening to our Muslim friends and colleagues and neighbours and ensuring their voices are heard, and involves calling out Islamophobia in any shape or form where we see it and where we hear it. We must acknowledge Islamophobia is not just a problem for the Muslim community, it actually affects us all because it's a scourge on the whole society. A society that tolerates hate and bigotry towards one group is a society that is not safe for anyone. It undermines the value of equality and justice that underpin our society and damages social cohesion and fragments rather than unites our country. We've seen ugly scenes and attacks in our city, and it's a sobering reminder of what happens when misinformation goes unchecked to the extent that it can fuel tensions irrespective of race, creed or colour. I hope and I know that the Assembly will unanimously support this motion today and agree that Islamophobia has no place in London and in wider society. And let's celebrate the 1.3 million Muslims who call London their home and deserve to live in our city free from any hatred, discrimination and bigotry on the grounds of their faith or any other matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly member decide to second.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to my colleague, Assembly Member Hirani, for proposing this motion. As my colleague rightly points out, Islamophobia is a scourge on our society, and I hope that the Assembly passes this motion to demonstrate our support for combating Islamophobia in all its forms. When we speak of Islamophobia, we rightly highlight the increase we've seen in hate crime and the discrete acts of Islamophobia discrimination that those in the Muslim community face in their lives. I, however, would like to use my time to also highlight the systematic challenges that the community faces. The most recent census data shows that 40% of UK's Muslims live in the most deprived area of the country. This worrying statistic includes many of my own constituents here across East London. The real insidious part of this statistic is that many of the people included in the stats are second or third generation. A long time since their family made the UK their home, and yet they are still unable to break out of what the Muslim Council of Britain has called a cycle of poverty. I'm sure the Assembly will agree that we cannot combat Islamophobia properly in this country without addressing the systematic reasons that the Muslim communities are disadvantaged. Discrimination in the job market and attainment gap in the education system both contribute to exacerbating inequalities and preventing social mobility. So when addressing Islamophobia, it is of course hugely important for us to call it out where we encounter it. I myself have been hugely encouraged by some work we've been doing alongside football clubs and cricket clubs in London in stamping out hate crime across the sports. And indeed the work that Assembly Member Best, my second tribute of the day to her, the work that she's been doing around tackling hate in football. However, just like us, to be mindful that we also need to address the wider and more systematic disadvantages the Muslim community faces in order to truly address Islamophobia in this country. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm noting that Assembly members being mentioned, and no one's had point of order yet. Okay. Can I ask Assembly Member Bukhari, please, for a contribution?
Thank you, Chair. We fully support this motion. I'm incredibly worried and sad that we even have to have a day of International Day to combat Islamophobia. When Islamophobia was defined by the APPG on British Muslims, the Lib Dems were the first party to accept the definition, but yet there are still groups and institutions that refuse to accept the definition. And as you said, 42% of religious hate crime is directed at Muslims. 15% of Londoners are Muslim. This is an issue that we do have to tackle with honesty and action. Being a brown Muslim woman does not give me any advantages. I don't like talking about racism aimed towards me because it doesn't make my life easier. There just simply isn't enough to make in our system to protect victims of racism like Islamophobia. So I think this is a right time to raise a concern. The government commissioned an independent review of the Prevent programme, which was released yesterday. The review supports the continued existence of Prevent and brushes aside the argument that the programme fosters resentment among Muslim communities in Britain, and Amnesty International have argued that the review is invalid because of Islamophobia. William Shawcross, who authored the review, has made comments in the past that many would think is Islamophobic. There is growing concern that Prevent is having a disastrous consequence for many people, eroding freedom of expression, creating a compliant generation and impacting on individual rights. Quite frankly, I don't want another day of highlighting the need to combat Islamophobia. I just want a government and a country that will end it. End of. And I really thank Assembly Member Hirani and Desai for being allies and bringing this motion forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any Assembly Member Devilish?
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to agree with both the proposer and seconder. I think this is a very important motion. I wouldn't fully agree with the points about Prevent, but Prevent needs to be improved, that is for sure. I think that both the Met and the Mayor always need to do more on all forms of racism, and of course people on this side of the chamber support this motion.
Thank you. Any other contributions? Member Plensky.
I just wanted to speak very briefly. The phrase epidemic of hatred as a gay Jewish man relates. But this isn't about my communities, it's not about homophobia or transphobia or anti-Semitism, it's about Islamophobia. But I do think there is something about collective solidarity, and particularly those of us from minority communities or any community that's ever been othered, showing our allyship and absolutely standing with Muslims, both in London, but in the UK and around the world. And so I think an international day to combat Islamophobia makes a lot of sense. I'm really proud that the CST, the anti-Semitism charity, often work with Tel Mama, the anti-Islamophobia charity, and I think, again, that's a good model for how groups can work together to make London a better for everyone.
Thank you. Any other contributions? Okay, it's up to Assembly members. Hirani, to sum up, please.
I think I'll leave it there. I think we can see there's strong support from all parties and members. So thank you for being supportive in advance.
Thank you. All those in favour of this motion? I think it's unanimous. Thank you. The next motion is on the trade union and the cost of living. It's to be moved by Assemblymember Baker.
Hello everyone. I'm doing the fluffy trade union motion after this. So I'm a proud trade unionist, proud trade union activist, and then officer for over 20 years, and an assembly member who counts trade unionism as where my politics was created. I stand for collectivism, for people having a real say in their working lives, and for fairness for everyone. I'm sure we can agree on most, if not all, of these principles. So I'm very proud to move this motion in the lead up to Heart Unions Week, where we unashamedly celebrate the good that unions do. This motion calls on the Mayor to highlight Heart Unions Weeks next week, and for the Mayor and the Assembly to encourage trade union membership and to resist proposals to weaken workers' rights or conditions. And the trade union movement has delivered a proud history, has a proud history of delivering genuine change for working people. And many of the things we take for granted today are down to collective organising and campaigning. The rise of trade union organisation in the 1800s, the late 1800s, precipitated the introduction of legislation that meant there was for the first time legal action that could be taken against dismissal. And when the Trade Union Congress first met in 1862, the average working week was 62 hours, whereas now, for full-time workers, it's more like 36. Although we all know we see increased casualised work where hours and security are reduced. But just like the gas workers in Beckton down the road, the casualised gas workers, those workers will unionise and improve their working conditions. I'm also welcoming the Conservative amendment to ensure that we acknowledge that unions hold all political representatives to account. It was an oversight. We're not limited to any political parties or positions. Union members will hold all Assembly members to account. And I can assure you they certainly do me. The fight that they're on the front line of today, that to protect workers from devastating collapse in real-time wages and rises in prices, is one we should all admire and support. So I hope you'll all vote to support this motion and show solidarity to the many Londoners in trade unions.
Thank you. Assembly Member Ahmed to second this motion.
Thank you, Chair. I reserve my right and formally second.
Thank you. There is an amendment to this motion, and that amendment is to be moved by Assemblymember Best.
We've accepted it.
Oh, you've accepted it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, Chair. Could Assemblymember Best perhaps formally move it just so that it can be accepted, so that it's
I'll formally move it to the table, and I'll also take the opportunity to speak now. Assemblymember Desai is going to be extremely happy to hear my support for the motion, and maybe be interested to know that my family has a long history with unions, and my ancestors were actually taken across to Australia as convicts for unionising in basements. So over the years, I've lived in a house full of union members. That's how I was raised. And to that end, I've seen the very good that unions do, but I've also seen the bad of unions. And I don't think it's fair to shy away from that in the same way that we can't shy away from it with government, with the mayor, with big charities and public sector bodies such as the police and the Fire Brigade, as we've seen recently. And so we are duty-bound to recognise the good, but also not be afraid to challenge and root out the bad, which can sometimes occur in unions. It's not always easy to speak truth to power, and that's what unions allow to happen. And we've heard some of the examples highlighted already of what's been happening in recent months, but also must note that GMB have spoke out very strongly against the Mayor's plans for the ULEZ and the effect that that will have on their workers. And we've also seen the TSSA just this month as well speak out and ask the Mayor to come to the table with the Elizabeth line pay and conditions. And so I think it's I'm very pleased that the Labour group have decided to include that, because that's what we need to reflect, the fact that the union is there to speak truth to power at all levels. And I'm really pleased that you've accepted that as an alteration. And I formally move on to the table.
Thank you. And I now ask Assemblymember Bailey to formally second that amendment onto the table.
Seconded.
Yay. Thank you.
Best speech of the day.
Okay.
Is that the official move?
Did you want to speak, or you want to reserve your right to speak?
I feel like my colleague said it all.
Okay, thanks. Okay, great. Anyone else want to contribute?
Got my name down.
Sorry, yes, you're absolutely right. Assemblymember Prince, and then Assemblymember Polinsky.
Thank you. Assemblymember Baker said that this was a fluffy union motion, but I think, as my colleagues already said, unions aren't completely fluffy. I have a long history of union connection. My father was an FOC. For those of you who are not familiar with the print union, that is the equivalent of a shop steward. But what we have to understand is that there have been failings within our own sister organisations, and the unions have let their members down. And when I say that, unions across the country have done some good, but when it comes to TfL bus safety, I'm afraid that isn't the case. TfL rank as the 3rd worst amongst global peers for bus safety. What has Unite been doing about that? Lack of toilet dignity. 1/4 of all bus routes in London do not have a toilet at both ends. What have Unite been doing about that? Bus driver fatigue. The University College of London identified that bus driver fatigue was a serious issue. What have Unite been doing about that? So yes, unions do well, but worst of all, of course, is on the 9th of April, TfL were issuing face masks to the dial-a-ride bus drivers. On the same day, we have the evidence, they told union members for the bus network that masks were not necessary. So what happened there? What happened was a failure by the unions to stand up for their members meant that bus drivers died at twice the rate as expected based on their age, ethnicity and home postcodes. Where were the unions then? Why did the unions allow bus drivers to have to go into ferries 4 at a time rather than individually? Where were they? Why did they not stand up for their members? And Ellie, you're looking at me perplexed. I'll happily sit down with you. I'll happily sit down with you and discuss it with you. Yeah, I'm wrapping up now. Discuss it with you, because there are massive failings by the unions to protect their members during the COVID pandemic.
Okay. Assemblymember Plensky, please.
Thank you, Chair. There is nothing that terrifies people in power more than working people getting together and standing together in solidarity for their rights, both for pay and better working conditions. And the Green Group are proud to support this motion supporting trade unions. The trade unions have been instrumental in getting better rights for all of us, whether that be weekends, paid holidays, minimum wage. The trade union have been instrumental in all of this and will continue to be. And these attacks on trade unions are not just attacks on workers, but actually they are attacks on cornerstones of our democracy that we must stand for. The Green Party proudly stand with workers who are facing precarious work, soaring costs, stagnant wages. And it is not just about pay, it is about those better working conditions too. So we need to make sure that we look at everything to do with working conditions and make sure we put forward policies that will improve people's lives as well as a redistribution of our economy. Having been out on the picket lines for years, I know the difference that collective solidarity makes, and there are so many times when unions have made a genuine difference to policy and to the future of our country. So I'd encourage you please to all support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Moemi, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a very brief contribution just to suggest that, notwithstanding all that has been said about what has, in this case, Unite done for bus drivers, as you know, it's Assemblymember Baker's specialist topic as buses, but so I would encourage you to have that chat. But I think that's everything that you have highlighted is all the more reason why you should absolutely be supporting the principles of this motion. If the thing that you want is for all of those issues to be addressed and to make sure that those bus drivers and others have all that they're asking for, then absolutely you should be telling the rest of your group to be supporting this motion so that we don't weaken the powers that unions have, and that they are better able to represent the interests of their members. And yeah, I can only add that to this conversation. You've just made the case for why it's really important to support Heart Unions Week.
Good. Thank you very much. Any other Assembly member want to make a contribution? No. Yeah. In that case, I want to hang on. Pardon? Okay, Assembly member.
I mean, I just wanted to echo.
Can you please stand up? Yeah?
I just wanted. I'm literally getting up. I just wanted to echo Assemblymember's points. I just think a lot of what you just said is factually incorrect, Keith. I just think you need to go and have a little sit down with. Shall I finish my point before you interrupt?
Hang on. Look, listen. I think I might have spoken a bit too early in the afternoon. Yeah, you did. But you can make your points without actually mentioning Assembly members, right? Okay. But now you've mentioned it, I have to give the Assembly member an opportunity to speak, right? But can you, all of you, refrain, right? For long, otherwise, you know, I have it all. I mean, if some of you wanted a half an hour lunch break, I wanted to go for an hour because I have all the afternoon here. I've cancelled even surgery, so we can go for it. Okay, but. Carry on, Assembly Member.
Chair, respectfully, I'm dealing specifically with Assemblymember Keith's point, Assemblymember Prince's point, so it's appropriate for me to name him because I'm dealing with the substance of his speech. So, Assemblymember Prince, I would really recommend having a sit down with some of the organisers in Unite, if you haven't done that, because you'll hear plenty about the bus driver fatigue research that they were pioneering and creating, and then the campaign that they've led on bringing it to attention. They've also been pioneering in conversations with Sadiq and with the Labour group and with the wider Assembly members on access to toilets on routes and the effects of changing routes and provisions accordingly. So, you know, I think let's not, if there are shortcomings where you've experienced it, I wouldn't categorise an entire union with many diverse, fantastic organisers over many years with one sweeping brush. And I think Assemblymember Baker will deal with it in more substance. But I do think there is a combination of information missing from your speech and factually incorrect information.
I'm going to give a minute to Assemblymember Prince, right, to ensure that he hasn't been materially misunderstood, right, by Assemblymember Sheikh.
Thank you. And, you know, I understand the spirit in which Assemblymember Sakina has made her interruptions. Oh, sorry, Assemblymember Sheikh. I even looked at the nameplate, sorry, and read the wrong one, sorry. Assemblymember Mahima. It's not, regrettably, it's not factually incorrect. We've spent years getting emailed information, finding out where the faults lie. I actually agree with you, though. The real failings are the Mayor, because you're right, the unions have been bringing these issues to the attention of the Mayor, and the Mayor's ignored the representations of the unions. But happily to sit down with Assemblymember Baker, but I cannot accept that they're factually incorrect. But I agree that the unions are trying, but they're just not trying hard enough. And I happily sit down with Assemblymember Baker to see if we can, rather than doing politics, we can actually work together to get better conditions for bus drivers.
Look, thank you very much, and I really appreciate the comradeship in which you've made these comments. Thank you very much.
About comradeship.
Okay. Assemblymember Ahmed had reserved her right to speak, right, and she can exercise that right now.
Thank you, Chair. The importance of trade unions to bring in positive change has been listed and highlighted by my colleague Assembly Member Baker, who I know is chomping at the bit to talk about the issues that have been raised about Unite. But I do think, Assembly Member Prince, that you might want to join Unite, because you are so clear about the rights of bus drivers, and I think you've given a really good reason as to why you should join Unite and fight for those rights, and continue fighting for the rights that they fight for every day of their lives. And the unions have campaigned to improve conditions for all of us, and I, myself and many of us in this room have personally benefited from changes to maternity and paternity law, amongst others. Trade unions have long supported disabled people in the workplace, from the strike and march that led to the Blind Persons Act in 1920, to the decades of campaigning that led to the Disability Discrimination Act in 1995. Trade unions lobby to make working life better for those who need life to be made better for them. The cost of living crisis has highlighted the vital role of unions in amplifying the voices of workers and bringing them to a wider audience. Low-paid workers have particularly been affected by the rise in inflation that brought us to where we are now. Unions' recent report into the cost of living crisis showed that 80% of those polled had turned off their heating altogether, while 60% of those surveyed were also keeping their lights off in order to save on energy costs. These shocking figures would not have been brought into the public arena without the work of Unison to amplify it. We're lucky at the GLA that the current mayor is supportive of Unison as the GLA's recognised union and works with the union on behalf of staff. I hope the Assembly supports this motion that supports unions who every day work hard for working people. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Garrett has just indicated he wants to speak.
Just a short observation. So the points that my colleague Assembly Member Prince made were correct. And what I noticed in the sort of barrage of supercilious sneering that came back from the red side of the chamber was that while there was a great deal of, what should I put it, character assassination, implications of ignorance, that Assembly Member Prince doesn't know what he's talking about, what I noticed in amongst all that there was not a single example of something that he'd said that was not correct. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Hang on. Assembly Member Garrett has made an observation. We haven't summed up. You're going to have a last say on this, summing up. So
Well,
there's only one motion on the table.
You could have actually just things on lips.
So Assembly Member Baker, for you to sum up, 2 minutes.
Yes. Well, that's the
Chair,
the
is fingers on lips correct language for an assembly member?
I'll
Baker.
Thank you, Chair. I am at a loss. This is the second time that I've tried to bring a motion to unite about something that we could all get, and it's turned into absolute chaos. But there we are, never mind. So that was a fascinating discussion from lots of people about what they think about trade unions. But there are some things that I need to explain to you, okay? Yes, absolutely. No, I will do, because I think it's fair to say that I probably know more about trade unions than you are. I'm sure there are lots of things that you know more about. Yeah. Really? Yeah. Right, okay, fine. So, yes, unions speak truth to power, and union members speak truth to power. And there are huge amounts of internal discussion about what the right thing is to do all the time. I led a strike against the union leadership on behalf of one union against another. That is the sort of thing that happens. So characterising unions as some sort of monolithic organisations is simply because you're not part of them. I would remind you, and I would point out to you, that union members take people of all political stripes and strikes. And I had reps when I've been a union officer who had come into a meeting and whacked down a copy of the Daily Mail because they thought it would wind me up. And I'm not bothered, because as long as you're in the union, as long as you represent people, I don't care what you're reading politically outside that. And so you are welcome. I am sure you're welcome in Unite, Mr. Prince.
You make me an honorary member.
No, you'll have to pay. But what I do want to point out, and I don't have the detail of all the specifics that you've raised, but what I would like to point out is that health and safety is the responsibility of the employer. And unions' decisions are taken by the union members democratically. So your criticisms are unwarranted because they may or may not be factually correct, but they are incorrect in terms of where the responsibility lies and how decisions are made. So I'd be more than happy to sit down and talk to you, but I talk to Unite on a regular basis about bus safety, and I'm meeting them next week about it as well, okay? And I think it would be more valuable for you to work with them than against them. I hope you all vote for it now.
I just also need, I know, and I just want to tell that there is a life outside this chamber when you have where we have one-to-one conversations, here we make comments through the chair.
I agree with the chair. Right, yes, absolutely.
Okay, okay, there is only one motion on the table now, the amended motion, which has been accepted by the movers. So we're voting on that, motion. All those in favour of the amended motion?
I believe that's unanimous, Chair. There's a massive argument to agree, wasn't it?
Okay. The next motion is on overcrowding in London's nighttime venues, and the altered version is being moved by Assemblymember Bailey.
I just want to start by saying we accept the Labour addition as alteration, and we thank you for that, because we wanted to focus on a positive outcome and not score points here. Because the tragedy that unfolded on the 15th of December in the Brixton O2 Academy should not happen, and our thoughts and prayers go out to the families and friends of anybody who lost their life or who was injured or is involved in any way, affected in any way. London is a 24-hour city and wants to remain that way. And the protection of our venues and how they're administered is very important. Some of you may not know this, but I was a security guard for over 10 years. I worked in the most famous venue in probably the whole country, which was Wembley Stadium and the arena and the conference centre as well. And I've been involved personally in crushes. It is a very, very, very scary, very horrible thing to happen. Now, as we know, there's an ongoing police investigation, so we need to be measured in our comments. But the fact that a big part of this investigation is going to look at if security companies, individuals took bribes or not is very, very important, because they're the first and last defence of the people, young and old, in that venue. And if they're not following the rules, the risk to life is extremely, extremely high. So when we look at this situation, I ask you to really support this, because if London is to be kept safe, if we are to attract people to London, if our loved ones are to be safe when they're at these venues, it really does come down to who the security is on the day and who is managing that licence. So I'd like to think that the recommendations we made, some pointed at the Deputy Mayor, the night times are, are not about scoring points, but if we're going to have a czar who is paid at such a high level, so should reflect that in her responsibilities, these measures need to be upheld. Because remember, oftentimes it is young, vulnerable people in these venues who rely on the licensee to be carrying out that licence correctly for their literal survival, as the events in Brixton O2 Academy show you. So I'd ask you to support this, and that's why I accepted your additions as an alteration, because I think it's that important that this is looked at. And of course, the people of Brixton have lost temporarily at least, a very, very well-respected, well-renowned venue, and we hope that work by the Mayor and work which the borough's already doing can give back this venue and all venues in London, but safely. Because again, if security doesn't behave properly, then nobody is safe.
Okay. Thank you. I have Assembly Member Garrett to second the altered version of the motion.
Yep, I'm happy to second, Chair, and reserve my right to speak.
Okay. There is an amendment to the altered version, which I understand Assembly Member Bailey has accepted, but he has been formally moved, right? So over to Assembly Member Ahmed.
Chair, thank you. I formally move. So I formally move the amendment, and I would like to say a few words on it as well. Whilst I understand the motivation behind this motion, and it's certainly one that we all share, which is to ensure that something like this tragedy in December in my constituency in Brixton can never happen again, I must make the point that we did think that the motion was premature. The tragedy is very recent. Its impact is still keenly felt, and the families of Rebecca Ukamelo and Gabby Hutchinson, the two people who sadly died that night, will be very raw. We have to remember that the investigation is ongoing and the coroner still needs to report. We believe that it would have been better to wait for due process to be followed and the facts fully established before debating these issues. However, we are where we are with this, and our amendment addresses some of the issues within the motion whilst also strengthening certain provisions. It does so firstly by increasing the number of stakeholders the Mayor should call on, given the multi-agency aspect of this work. We feel that this is an improvement on your call for just the Mayor and the Night Tsar and the security providers' involvement. It's of course important that the Mayor, despite not having any formal licensing powers, uses his convening role to bring stakeholders together, but it's crucial that the net is cast as wide as possible, which is why our amendment also mentions the police and local authorities, which I'm sure the Assembly can appreciate the value and common sense approach of having both those stakeholders there. Additionally, our amendment calls on the Department for Levelling Up to conduct a review of how licensing decisions are made and enforcement action is currently executed. We've recently seen that Lambeth Council has further suspended the O2 Academy in Brixton for 3 more months, and it's incumbent on the venue to make workable and safe changes. Their intention, much like ours, is to see that we never see a repeat of what happened last December. This is why this review is so important and will ensure that the government is confident that licensing decisions are being made with the most robust safety levels in mind, and taking a systematic review of licensing decisions that includes ensuring that the enforcement action for when venues get it wrong is up to scratch. And that will be a vital aim to the aim of making all venues safe and secure places that they should be for everyone. I hope the Assembly votes for this amendment. I'd like to end by commending the work of the police and emergency services in their response on that awful night of the tragic incident in Brixton. And once again, my condolences and best wishes are to those who were so badly affected that night.
Thank you, Assembly Member Ahmed. Assembly Member Russell to second the amendment. Yeah, but do you want this formally? You can do it now if you want to, but can you just first formally second the amendment?
I will formally second, and I'm very grateful that Assembly Member Bailey has accepted the amendment. Would you like me to make my contribution now?
Yes.
The crush at Brixton Academy on the 15th of December was utterly shocking, and my heart goes out to the families and friends of the two people who sadly lost their lives. Rebecca Ukamelo, a concert goer, and Gabby Hutchinson, working a shift as a security worker, both should have got home safely after the concert. I was seconding, but now I'm glad Assembly Member Bailey accepts this amendment to the motion, which amongst other things notes the ongoing formal investigations, widens the list of stakeholders to discuss tackling overcrowding at nighttime venues with the Night Tsar, and asks the Mayor to write to government calling for a review of licensing and enforcement of crowd management and public safety in nighttime venues. The Green Group hopes local authorities across the country will learn any licensing lessons, so no one else on a night out or working a security shift is exposed to a terrifying crush like the one that led to the tragic deaths of Rebecca and Gabby at Brixton Academy in December. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other contributions? Sorry, Assemblymember Curry. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. We also want to send our condolences to all those who are impacted by the events in Brixton and echo a lot of what's already been said in the Chamber. I do want to highlight just one part of the motion, which was the mention of the labour shortages that were linked to the safety issues that were raised within the motion. And there has been an Economy Committee report, which was also highlighted on the nighttime economy, that has recommendations on improving working conditions, which we do think should be followed through. I did question the Mayor on the role of the Night Tsar and highlighting the lack of support that a lot of London nighttime businesses have been through recently. So on top of this tragedy, we've also got so many other issues that the nighttime economy is going through right now, and so let's not forget that there are many challenges ahead for this particular part of London, and we really need to make sure that the Night Tsar and the Mayor of London is doing all they can to support these businesses. So other than that, I just wanted to say thank you very much for accepting the amendment, because that was actually what we would have gone for as well, because it is an ongoing investigation. I think that was the wise thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other contributions? Member Garrett.
I don't think there's anything to add. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Assembly Member Bailey to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. First and foremost, I accepted the alteration, not an amendment, and thank you for your support. And I accepted the alteration because it had many strong and useful points in it. I have to disagree with a slightly condescending tone that it was too early, because let's be clear, there's hundreds of venues across London that will benefit from this work starting immediately. If a venue like the O2 in Brixton can have this kind of breakdown, whose size and the scrutiny of the council and the amount of funds it has access to is far in advance of almost any other venue in the capital, of course we should get on this as early as possible. I reiterate to you, to be caught in a crush is terrifying. It happens very easily. Given the size of any particular venue, you only need maybe 5 to 10% extra people in there to be threatening everybody's life. So I don't agree that we should wait to look. I think we should get these things going now. You will know as well as I, any movement in this sort of regulatory world, real change on the front line, will take time. So the sooner, the better. So having said all of that, I again thank you for your alteration, because it was correct, and many of the points in it are useful, and they did strengthen it, because my focus was on the people on the ground, and you broadened it out, and I thank you for that. But again, it happens as soon as it needs to happen, which is now, today. Thank you.
I just want to clarify one thing. My understanding was that Assemblyman Bailey, that you put in a motion, which you then subsequently altered.
No,
which you, hang on, let me say that you altered. Then an amendment was issued on that altered version, which you accepted, right? So we've had an alteration and an amendment.
Excuse me, Chair.
Accepted.
I accept it. You're correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So can we now please vote on the altered, amended motion, right? All those in favour?
I believe that's unanimous, Chair.
Great.
Thank you, Chair.
Great. Thank you. Now, the next, there are two emergency motions which I agree to accept, but since we've been in this room, there has been movement, right, to bring back one single. What I'm proposing, that I haven't seen that altered, that amended altered motion. Neither has any other Assembly member. I propose a 10-minute recess for us all to have a break and get on top of things. So pardon?
We're just waiting for hard copies as well, Susan.
We're having a 10-minute break, and we meet again at 20 past. Thank you, colleagues, for this brief recess. I have been informed of one item which I have admitted to the agenda as urgent business in accordance with Section 100B4 of Local Government Act 1972, namely an urgent motion. The urgent motion has been tabled and circulated to members. Under Standing Order 3.12, I am now going to invite the proposer of the motion, Assembly Member Best, to make a statement of up to 1 minute in length as to why the Assembly should consider the urgent motion. So over to you, Assembly Member Best.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think any Assembly member needs me to tell them why it's urgent.
Do members agree to consider the motion and name of Assembly Member Best in accordance with Standing Order 1.1a on the grounds outlined? Aye. Great, okay. In that case, I'm going to ask Assembly Member Emma Best to move the motion, please.
Thank you, Chair. The earthquakes that have devastated both Turkey and Syria this week have caused trauma that will last for generations. Today, we hear that at least 16,000 lives have already been confirmed as lost already. But that trauma affects family and friends across the world, and that trauma stretches to London, and extremely acutely in the areas of North East London that myself and Assembly Member McCartney, who will be seconding the motion, come from. The personal pain has been palpable within the whole community this week, and I'm so proud of so many friends and colleagues who have come together to do all they can this week to try and support the aid efforts. Tomorrow I'll be helping at Ian Duncan Smith's office as we continue with our collection as we have done this week, and I know that many others will spend their weekends in similar offices and with similar to community groups organising aid efforts. To look at the pain that's been experienced, it feels so little, but we can promise to be there for our friends, our international friends, and those friends within our communities. The government will promise to do that, the Mayor, the Assembly, our communities, not just now, but for the decades to come after this awful, awful tragedy.
Thank you. Can I ask Assembly Member McCartney to second the motion, please?
Yes, thank you. I'm very glad to be seconding this motion, and I think the events in Turkey really bring home to us how interconnected as a city we are. Not only nowadays can we see the horrific pictures on the television, but we can see from our own communities and our own friends and neighbours how this has affected them. And as we've been sitting here, when we entered this morning, the death toll was officially 16,000. It is now 17,500 and will rise further. Now, I represent Enfield and Haringey, and in Enfield we have the largest Turkish-speaking community in the country. And those Turkish and Kurdish community are from, in my constituency, are from the area that has been particularly affected this last week. And I have had many conversations over the last few days and talking to people who have many family and friends in that area, and many of them are still waiting for news of loved ones. And it's made all the more difficult because communication is so difficult. Now, we can see from our television screens that the scale of the devastation is enormous. Rescue efforts are still ongoing, and as we enter the fourth day of the earthquake, the unforgiving cold weather is making life extremely difficult for survivors and for rescuers. But I want to just pay tribute to the Turkish Kurdish communities in my area who are supporting each other. Those community centres are not only a place where people are collecting donations and raising money, but they're a place for communal grieving and support as well. But I want to just highlight some of the work that's happening. So, for example, the British Levy Foundation, based in Enfield, and the London Levy Cultural Centre and Chemevi, based in Haringey, have raised tens of thousands of pounds, and they've been sent directly to aid rescue and support efforts in Turkey. They've also collected thousands of donated items such as blankets, tents and other essentials. Demder and Zedig and Lilgar Denwick in Enfield have each sent HGVs loaded with donated items. Alongside this, the Turkish Women's Philanthropic Association of England, the Turkish Cypriot Women's Project and the Turkish Cypriot Community Association of Haringey have donated items and sent these items on their way to Turkey. Many other Enfield and Haringey-based Turkish and Kurdish village associations have also launched appeals. My local schools have also launched appeals because of the amount of children who are affected in my local community, and it's important that we support these communities not just now but in the long term as well. And this motion recognises this and calls on the Mayor and government to work together to ensure that we can do all that we can to ensure that our communities are supported through this difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask Assemblymember Bukhari?
Thank you. Like many of you, we've all been watching the harrowing scenes and the devastation of the earthquakes. The image of a father holding his daughter's hand under the rubble is something that I don't think any of us will forget. But there have been other images of children who've been filming on their phones in the rubble itself, asking for help. Some of them were rescued, some of them not. Now, I've been talking to a friend of mine whose family is in Turkey right now, and luckily most of her family survived, not all, and they're not all safe. She's been talking about the snow and the cold conditions, the continued tremors, the unstable buildings that are continuing to fall, people that are still trapped. Some of them are alive, many are not. And those who are alive are still trying to remove the rubble themselves because many of those cities are still inaccessible. No one is resting and no one is sleeping right now. And I am pleased that we are talking about this, but this is an incredibly sad motion to be doing today because right now there are a growing number of people who have now died, and that number is so shocking because this morning I looked, it was 15,000. And that just shows you the amount of people that have been impacted. I am very proud that Britain is doing its part and Londoners are doing their part. And I know many restaurants right now, Turkish restaurants, are actually giving all their profits right now to the efforts. There are so many people in this country and city that are doing their bit. And I was not surprised to hear that the London Fire Brigade have stepped up. And I want to thank them for their help on the rescue effort. And the government as well are doing all they can to send their assistance to rescue teams and medical assistance too. So there are so many things that we are grateful for, but we must do more. And from what I'm hearing, it's money. They need money. And that's what we need to make sure that we're pushing our communities to do, to support the people there right now. My friend's father right now is actually building temporary housing because that's what's needed. Once the rubble is gone, they need somewhere. They are homeless. They have nowhere to rest, nowhere to sleep. And that's what she's asking for. So thank you very much for bringing this motion forward. I think it's an important one to discuss today, but it's incredibly sad that we're having to do that today. And yes, very honoured and very sad to be accepting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblymember Russell.
Thank you, Chair. The images on our television screens of collapsed buildings and people desperately searching for loved ones with their bare hands in freezing conditions with almost no safe shelter or access to food and water have shocked us all to the core as the scale of this catastrophe unfolds. The Green Group will, of course, join the Assembly in expressing our solidarity with the people of Syria and Turkey in the affected regions, and with their friends and relatives, our neighbours and co-workers in the Turkish, Kurdish and Syrian communities here in London who are desperate for any news about the safety and well-being of their loved ones. I also want to thank Assemblymember Best for bringing the motion and Assemblymember McCartney for her very powerful words about the reaction of the community in Enfield and Haringey, her constituency, as people are managing their grief and putting that to practical purpose as they try to help the rescue effort. Thank you.
Assemblymember Mohammed.
Thank you. I will be very brief, but I wanted to echo my thanks to both Assemblymember Best and Assemblymember McCartney for this motion, and speaking on as somebody who represents an area of London which has a very large Kurdish and Turkish community. I'll just share with you some words that I received yesterday in the course of, everyday work. This is in a WhatsApp group where we share women involved in politics that support each other. And this person said, I have family living in their cars and news of children in my family who have died. My dad's cousins have lost 4 grandchildren, and the weather and political issues there are going to make it worse. It's really important, I think, that we understand the human impact of people who are here, whose families have settled here, live here, raise their families here and have businesses here. With a huge number of Turkish and Kurdish residents who have established businesses, in particular in Hackney and towards Islington. I think it's really important that we not only offer warm words, but we can actually demonstrate that there is action behind some of that. So I also encourage those who are able to and who need to find places to make their donations to. There are plenty of centres in Hackney in particular where those donations are being received, and I really look forward to seeing what the Mayor can do in order to convene people to make sure that we have a demonstrable contribution to the efforts overseas.
Thank you. Any other Assembly members? Okay, Assemblymember Best, for you to sum up, please.
Thank you. I'd like to thank everyone for their very personal contributions. And just to sum up very quickly, to say that in such a tragedy like this, we will never be able to do enough, and it will always feel as though we aren't quite doing enough. But as an Assembly, that I hope that our promise today to do something and to help our friends and those within our community and internationally is a promise that we can keep, not just today whilst this is in the news, but for the many, many years to come, whilst we deal with the outfall of such a great scale tragedy.
Thank you. All those in favour of the motion?
That's unanimous, Chair.
That's unanimous. Thank you for that. The Assembly is recommended to agree to use the 16th of March 2023 plenary meeting principle to hold a question and answer session on the work and principal policies of the London Legacy Development Corporation under Section 61 of the Greater London Authority Act 1999, requires Sir Peter Hendy, CBE, Chair of the LLDC, and Lynn Garner, Chief Executive of the LLDC, to 10 a.m. to answer questions for which notice will be given due course in accordance with the Section 62 of the Greater London Authority Act 1999, and hold a question and answer session on the work and policies of the Old Oak and Park Royal Development Corporation, and under Section 61 of the Greater Authority Act 1999, require Liz Peace of CBE and Chairman of the Board of OPDC, and David Luntz, Chief Executive of the OPDC, to attend from 11 a.m. to answer questions for which notice will be given in due course in accordance with Section 62 of the Greater London Authority Act 1999. Can we agree to this recommendation, please? The next meeting of the London Assembly is scheduled to be the Mayor's Question Time. Meeting will take place on 10 a.m. on Thursday, 23rd of February, in the Chamber, City Hall. That meeting will principally be used to put questions to the Mayor on and to then formally consider the final draft, consider the budget 23-24 for the GLA Group. Just two other pieces of information. Could I remind those Assembly members who are members of the Cost of Living Working Group Committee, Cost of Living Working Group, right? There's a meeting in the committee rooms 2 and 3. I also want to mention today that today is the last day for Davina to in this plenary meeting. Who works in the committee services before she leaves the GLA. So I know that you will all join me in thanking Davina for all her hard work and support to all of us, and wishing her the very best in her new role. I have no other urgent business to consider, therefore I call this meeting to an end.